Hello! I am not doing a funny, cool Disco Elysium song in the beginning this time, I don't think. Maybe I will. after I do a quick intro. No, I won't. Let's see. Um, we will get going with Hotspot 4 momentarily, I think. But let me get all this stuff set up. I have to pop out the chat so I can see it. Hello, Frog. Hello, Seven. And hello, Switek. I have to ask, should I do a, like, dumb react thing to that video that was made um, about my video? Because I feel like it doesn't necessarily. Well, I haven't watched it yet, but from what people are telling me, it doesn't necessarily warrant a video of its own. Um, what the fuck is this? Opt in to a chance to get Fredda a 1-month gift membership and access to exclusive perks. What does this mean? YouTube just gave me a pop-up. Hello, Max. Like, I could, you know. See, I could do a, like a live react, because I don't think it necessarily requires that much brain power. I've got, like, I've got most of the literature and stuff at hand that I would need to just, like, address the dumb things that are being said. If you want me to, I don't have to. I can create a poll. Let's see. Live react to video that reacts to my video reacting to Z. There should be a poll now. I don't know how this works on YouTube. I've done it on Twitch, but yeah, no idea how it works here. Seems like most people want me to do it, so I'll, does it say I voted? Because I shouldn't have. No, I don't think it does. Cool. This is true. I am often wrong. Also, my voice is, again, is like kind of bad because I've been recording the video on Tick's, like, weird Hitler video is now up to 20 minutes long. I'm expecting it to be 30 minutes long, but it might be a little bit longer. I'll try to, like, make it quick, since it's just part of, like, the beginning of the stream. Let's see. How do I do this then? Let's go to this place, and let's add a window capture, I guess. Of course, I have to actually open the video. Hold on. It's in my bookmarks.
So in
Hello. I like his animation style. If this is representative of the rest of the video, let's set this up. I think that'll do it, and then I'm just gonna really quickly make it a little bit smaller so it doesn't, like, have to show all the stuff that's not necessary to show. Do this. Also, just on the, like, on behind the scenes, I'm gonna do something real quick just to possibly improve the streaming experience a little bit as well for this game. Let me get the chat back up so I can see what you're saying. Show the vid? I will, in a moment. I just have to, like, grab all of the stuff and set everything up. Hello, Irish. Hello, Flor. So I'm doing some stuff behind the scenes. Okay, get rid of this, then this should work. There we go. Transition. So this is the video that someone made. This guy's called Josh Sullivan History. In response to my video. You're saying I don't care about history. That's funny. I've spent the last like 5 years in university studying it. Okay, we'll do this quickly. It is 18 minutes long. I'm not sure all of it's gonna be relevant. I'm probably gonna skip my stuff I'm saying. Have a quick look at Discord. What's up in Discord? This Fredda guy gives me Hassan Piker and any breadtuber grifter vibes. That's funny. Wait, Hassan Piker and Vosh. Please don't compare me to Vosh. That's fucked up, dude. Okay, let's see.
In case you haven't heard, there's been a video floating around by this guy named Fredda in
This guy.
which he says that alternate history is a form of far-right propaganda.
I didn't say that.
Contradictory, deceptive, and outright biased are some accurate ways of describing this video. And
oh my god, I hate his way of presenting this. Like, I love his, I love his, like, his animation style. It's really good. And the way he's, like the presentation in that form is really good. But the way he's, like, talking, I don't like that.
today, because history is kinda what we do around here, we're gonna break down the nonsense.
I love YouTube videos. They're always like, let's break it down. What's this song from? It sounds cool. Does it say? Music. Hold on, let me just do this real quick so I can check. I just want to see what this music is. Mario and Luigi's Bowser's Inside Story. Nice. Good choice. Oh yeah, the chat is below this. Hold on, let me fix this. Now the chat should be visible. No, actually, no, it isn't, because the description might be more visible now. Let me do this. Oh, Luftwaffe. Yeah, this is my Joker moment. Anyways, let's see. Quote-unquote subjective history, yeah.
Past events. History isn't even a retelling of past events. History is a story, a narrative. It's written by historians investigating sources, who look at these sources in an attempt to deal with the exact
problem. Conflating history and perspective. History itself is those past events, and those events...
No, that's straight up false. that history, like, the past events don't exist anymore. They're gone. History is, you know, the interpretation of those events, or sources that pertain to those events.
Are objective. We
Nope.
know that they happen thanks to not just multiple corroborating primary sources, but
That's not the case in all situations where we have history. You can't, like, just say that every piece of history is, like, has multiple corroborating sources. Turn up more? Oh, okay, sorry.
tangible evidence of their occurrence. Most
So I like how he's saying, I'm saying the pyramids are like the what are they called, the ziggurats and stuff like that didn't exist. That's the equivalence here.
times this kind of stuff is obvious. No one is going to argue that the Pilgrims didn't arrive on the Mayflower in America in 1620, or that the stock market didn't crash in 1929. It's only when you get into the realm of debated politics that you get questions of interpretation.
Okay, so let's see what very well-respected professor of history here, Roderick Stackelberg, has to say about this in his book Hitler's Germany. Page 2. History is past politics. Let's
Those
move
who
on.
don't understand history will argue using oversimplified or only partial details, and that's when you get competing narratives of what did or didn't occur, a truth and a lie, or even a truth and a half-truth, or just
Or two truths that disagree.
a lie and another lie.
No, read the full quote. What do you mean, the Stackelberg thing? The interpretation offered in this book is based on the assumption that politics provides the key to an understanding of National Socialism. In its shortest definition, history is past politics. I am inclined to believe with Hegel that the dialectic of historical development usually pits forces against each other, each of which perceives and defines itself as good and right. The skepticism about the analytical usefulness of moral categories is in no way meant to relativize the evil of Nazism. It is only meant to draw attention to the indisputable fact that between 1933 and 1945, many well-meaning people in Germany and elsewhere thought that Nazism was a positive and constructive movement. The historian must explain why that was the case. Even the most abhorrent feature of National Socialism, the virulent anti-Semitism that eventually led to the Holocaust, had a terrible logic of its own, and that the historian must try to explicate. So, history is past politics. There's no such, like, there's no divide between, like, history and politics when you're talking about, well, anything.
But there is an objective truth.
No.
One side might just not know it, is missing the full picture, or is outright lying. Then you
Why does he sound like this?
get into issues of subjective perspective, consensus that an event occurred, along with all the facts associated with it, but then having differing views on if it was right or wrong, or what its nature was because of personal bias. The Muslims were no doubt
It's not just because of personal bias, like, that kind of oversimplifies it, but he is getting to a good, like, point here. He's making a point that's correct.
happy when the Caliphate displaced Rome and Persia, and I don't think that any of the three would disagree that that's what happened. But for the Muslims, this was the rise of their faith. For Eastern Rome, this was the receding
Why does he sound like Weevil from the Yu-Gi-Oh anime? I don't know what that means. This guy's voice sounds like a teenage Monsieur Z.
power in the Near East, and for Persia, this was the death of their old ancient culture and the birth of a new Islamo-Persian culture.
I can't comment on any other stuff because I know very little about medieval, like, Middle Eastern history.
Instead of taking into account the existence
Or ancient, whatever you want to say, or call it.
of objective truth in history, though with subjective perspectives on those objective truths, Fredda instead passes all of history off as purely subjective and biased.
I don't say that. I say that all history is biased, but I do say that there is such a thing as a consensus that you can arrive at, which I encourage you to believe in.
because historic
But like the consensus often differs between like the actual academic consensus on history can differ from what you think in your heart is the correct history because you were taught it in schools 20 years ago, because the academic consensus in your school district, like the way that trickles down into the school district, might lag behind 20 years. So by the time you come out of school, you've been taught 20-year-old history, and now you're confronting a history that won't be taught to your kids until another 20 years.
sources can just automatically
You don't like start fights for no reason.
be dismissed as biased, including those objective truths, which is fundamentally incorrect.
Again, I hate this like appeal to objective truths, because you only appeal to these objective truths when they agree with your worldview and what you're trying to say.
Fredda's misunderstanding of objective history and perspective is something we're going to need to keep coming back to as we go on. He then goes on to talk about the Civil War and Christopher.
You should read the book that I talked about right before all this stuff.
For Columbus, two highly politicized historical talking points in the modern day, and completely.
How the fuck is the Civil War highly politicized compared to like Christopher Columbus? That's kind of settled.
Throws out everything he just said. Instead of doing what he previously said and looking at different viewpoints of these topics and treating them as both biased narratives, or doing what real historians.
Yeah, exactly. The reason I throw like what you thought I was saying out of the, threw that out is because I wasn't saying what you thought I was saying. I was always talking about an academic consensus. I think this guy deeply misunderstood the point I was trying to make, and I think that can partially be, my fault. Could also be that, his fault, because he apparently does not understand history. So that then led him to create this video and kind of confront me on things that I think we both agree on.
Do by attempting to discern a true timeline from multiple conflicting sources, he instead provides his own critical interpretation of these events based.
Should you not have a critical interpretation of events? Should we uncritically interpret events? I don't get this. Or is he saying, what I think he's saying, which is he's trying to equate my ideas to modern politicized terms like critical theory and critical race theory.
The assumption that the narratives he disagrees with are automatically unreliable, suggesting them to be virtual fiction written by biased authors just looking.
So, when you're talking to historians who are writing on history, any historian who agrees, or disagrees with a narrative have to say that it's unreliable, because they have to disagree with it because the person they are disagreeing with must have made a mistake in interpreting the sources. If a historian says, I disagree with this narrative, but I think it's reliable, that historian is saying, I'm wrong. So, of course, anyone who has conflicting ideas about the interpretation of a source must inherently disagree with the opposing narrative. That's how history is written. In like the history of the Roman Republic, for example, there are a lot of conflicting narratives and conflicting ideas. I have a book on my shelf that I could grab, and the entire beginning of that book is just one author saying, this author is fucking wrong and he's a moron. Like, he's dedicated the entire introduction of his book to saying how his book is wrong and this book is correct. That's how history is written.
To spin a narrative.
It's also very funny because they're very petty about it, those two guys. What's the book? Okay, I'll go and grab it. The book is Holkes Kamp's Reconstructing the Roman Republic. Now, I haven't read this book in a very long time. So let me see who he's disagreeing with, because I don't remember. Trying to find it. Okay, yeah, he's talking about the let's see, different interpretations. Has a history of its own. Yep. Sorry for this tangent, but maybe I can't find it. Maybe it's from the other guy's book, and he's shit talking Hulkeskamp. I'm trying to like skim through this so I don't waste too much time on this. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Miller. Miller is the guy he disagrees with because this chapter 1 is called "From Provocation to Discussion," and it is literally just him, like making his own YouTube takedown video, like this guy, about the views of a historian called Miller. What is his first name? It's like Millar. But yeah, this is stuff that I like read years ago when studying the history of the Roman Republic, which I no longer am doing, so irrelevant to me. And sorry for sort of going on that tangent.
While his supposedly aren't. Instead of genuinely investigating the character and honesty of historic sources, this is practically the same as stereotyping them just so you can make assumptions about how to dismiss them.
Why does he talk like that still? Like stereotyping them just so you can, like, why the cadence? Why the sort of toxic cadence? Hello, Rains.
Been written about the American Civil War, and for a time, in some areas, the prevailing historical narrative was that the U.S. Civil War was fought and economic and actively relaunch the Confederate propaganda during the war, or in propaganda after the war that sought to.
This is funny because this is literally propaganda, like from in this insidious term, because it's literally lying. I wonder why he decided to highlight the the Daughters of the Confederacy as like something that, you know, maybe gets at his objective historical truth. He's doing the funny voice so you're wrong thing. Yes, that's what he's doing.
Rationalize and whitewash the Confederate cause. The accepted historical account, however, is that the American Civil War.
Yeah, look, I'm appealing to the accepted historical account. I'm appealing to the consensus. So I don't know what he's talking about in terms of me saying all history is like
War was
like subjective.
South seceding in order to protect the economic interests of
The Civil War, its narratives. Though yes, slavery did play a role in the start of the Civil War.
Oh my god, he's gonna... Oh no, I didn't know it was gonna go this way.
It's far from the only factor. He says all this while neglecting a wide, several decade-long list of very important factors that contributed to the war, such as the growing social, cultural, and economic divide between the North and the South, instead just pinning the blame solely on slavery, which demonstrates a deep lack.
Look up the Cornerstone speech. The Vice President of the Confederacy literally say we seceded because of slavery, over the issue of slavery. In their own words, that is why they seceded. That is what caused the war. The secession caused the war. He says why they seceded.
Lack of knowledge from someone who shouldn't be speaking on something he clearly doesn't understand. This neglect of major details in the big history.
I really like the way he's like animating things and stuff. It's really
good. Along with general cherry picking to support his own viewpoint, is something he also continues to do throughout the whole video.
Sure.
That even if either of these accounts are more correct by the standards of historians in their fields, they're nonetheless neither objective nor factual retelling of events, because none of the historians writing these things were there. They are narratives based on available sources, attempting as much as possible to reach some semblance of historical truth that can never quite be achieved. Because it can never be quite achieved, there's never such a thing as a concrete final narrative of history on any subject. This is the one thing historians have going for them in terms of job security. So now that we've established that history is written from the point of view of a person with biases, relying on a selection of sources written by people with biases, let's get into...
Yeah, just because there were other grievances doesn't mean that, like, the key inciting factor was slavery. Of course there were other grievances. There are more factors to every issue than one, of course. The animations are cool. Shame it was dropped on the head at some point. Those are Rains's words, not mine. Who's this video by again? It is by a guy called Josh Sullivan History. Hold on, I'm gonna go grab a drink. Be right back. Yeah, no overgrading, of course. And again, like I'm I'm saying, this guy's like good at making videos. He's just not very trained when it comes to history, I guess. Which you don't have to be to talk about history, but you know.
Alternate history.
Here he is again claiming that there's no objective truth when it comes to history, which is absolutely asinine. If I were to make the claim that, in fact, the American Revolution never really happened, and the United States was actually still under the rule of Great Britain, because
Actually, that's a good soundbite.
hey, history is subjective, and the people who wrote the sources that America is independent are obviously biased, right? I would be wrong. Objectively wrong. Obviously this is an extreme example, but it gets
He would be wrong because he conflicts with the entirety of consensus history.
the point across that certain interpretations of history are objectively wrong when looking at sources and documents. Again, you have the big picture of history, that is, all the facts relating to an event, person, or time period considered, along
I think he's doing a really good job here. I have to give this to him. He's also, I think, better at propaganda than What If Altist, because every time he talks about how I don't like recognize history, or how I believe that like certain things didn't happen that clearly happened, he keeps bringing up the image of the pyramids. So he's making like a visual connection between me saying, you know, in his words, these historical objective truths aren't real, don't trust your eyes, and then he's showing the pyramids. That's a really good sort of like propaganda tidbit there.
along with as much connected history that led up to that point. That is your full objective truth. Within objective truth, you do have subjective perspectives, but the facts remain undisputed. Then you have half-truths when not all the details are available, and the view you get is incomplete. Half-truths have holes in them, but holes that can be filled by more research. The sources you find also vary in quality. You might have a dozen different first-hand accounts that describe George Washington as a tall, handsome man, and one source from someone on the other side of the colonies who probably never met Washington, describing him as a short, ugly man who stole from orphans. What can you assume is true? Bad historians love secondhand sources and hearsay that back up their narratives, and it's through this that you get conflicting accounts on objective history, but despite this, there's still only one truth, and honest analysis will reveal that truth.
I do allude to the existence of a historical truth, the ideal history, the thing that everyone is striving towards, but it will never be reached because you can't fully reconstruct history perfectly. There's always going to be holes, as he mentions. But that's not an objective truth. That is a construction, as I said. You're reconstructing. That's a construction. That's a thing that has been assembled by a bunch of other, well, biased sources.
Event or a key turning. Maybe that. What if the South won the war? Could have won. Far between active factors. They're all to that. Even long before the point of divergence. As an
the things I'm talking about aren't historical fiction. They're alt history. Like the whole point is that they happen after the historical fiction part happened.
author, they are the master of their reality.
And they try to diverge, while historical fiction tries to sort of remain within the confines of history, generally speaking.
They are constructing.
These types of alternate history stories use alternate history to build a setting for a totally fictitious narrative-led story, but such is not the case with alternate history as a whole. Alternate history can take two primary forms. On one hand, you have historical fiction, which is what he's describing, in which the
What? No, Turtle is like literally one of the biggest alt history household names.
The author is able to completely shape the world, write characters into existence, and make the world their own, thus allowing the author's biases to seep into the world they're making. It's much.
That's different from. I don't think he understands the genres here. Historical fiction is stuff like Master and Commander, for example. That's historical fiction.
Much more rooted in imagination than reality. The same is not true for speculative history, on the other hand. Speculative history, or realistic alternate history, analyzes the various factors involved in a historic event, along with future events which occurred in relation to the historic event, to propose a theory for how history might have unfolded differently. This is like comparing a totally fictional action game with a historic veneer like Assassin's Creed to a one-to-one simulation of the Battle of Stalingrad.
Yeah, but that's not a one-to-one simulation of the Battle of Stalingrad. This is a game I love, that I've played a lot. It's... What do you mean? This is a video game. It's meant to be fun. It's got simulation aspects. Yeah, MG, that's funny though. Like, that's just genuinely funny if he meant it that way. Let's see, okay. Twisting the truth.
Mr. Zed, let me bring a Cuban.
I don't want to listen to like my own like video part here because I've already watched it and so have you. Obvious bias in his take here, sure. Neglects the danger Cuba posed to the United States. What fucking danger, my man? It's a small island that... What? Like, what danger? Sure, after the missile... Like, or during the missile crisis, they were very dangerous to the United States. But that's way after what I'm explaining here.
Desperation, because the U.S. amount of Cuba nationalized the oil refineries.
Conflates objective history with his personal perspective.
To refine Soviet oil. So Cuba nationalized the oil refineries without compensation.
Did they not nationalize the oil refineries without compensation?
In response, the US announced an embargo on all trade to Cuba, except for food and medicine. In October 1960, Cuba nationalized most US-owned businesses and property on the island. In January 1960...
Glosses over this important detail. I literally just explained it. Like, in the same detail, he explained the other things. Because the United States made it so Cuba could not trade with the United States, Cuba said, well, the businesses on this island will belong to Cuba.
In October 1960, Cuba nationalized most US-owned businesses and property on the island. The United States severed all diplomatic ties to Cuba. And then finally, in April 1961, the CIA trained...
I want to see what he says here.
...exiles, utilizing US B-26 bombers to soften up the beachhead, attempted...
I think they were B-29s, I might have been wrong there.
...failed in their Bay of Pigs invasion. December 1961, Fidel Castro declares himself a Marxist-Leninist and a socialist. The United States...
This is, again, for a guy who likes to talk about historic, like objective history and objective truth and all that, this is a debated topic. He came into contact with a bunch of Marxist, like, radicals in his university days, but at that time, he did not hold Marxist ideas. He was a revolutionary, but he was more like a nationalist revolutionary back in those days. And I think that to sort of establish that he was a committed Marxist-Leninist before he says so himself, or before it is commonly known, is a mistake. There are hints. I believe the CIA might have been of the opinion that he was already kind of a Marxist-Leninist a little bit before he made his sort of whatchamacallit, his proclamation.
The States has officially shot itself.
He said, you make Cuban socialism to be rosy and prosperous. I mean, it wasn't, because they were kind of immediately embargoed and bombed, and there was an invasion attempt and like a bunch of assassination attempts. It could have been potentially rosy and prosperous, but we'll never know. Maybe that's something these alt history guys can do something like make a video on.
In the foot by pushing Cuba further towards Soviet alignment. Work in capitalism. That my thesis in the previous section was a lot of good, and Cuba's alignment with the Soviet Union must
did a lot of good. Sure, yeah, no, it did. The Cuban Cuban life expectancy is higher than the US life expectancy. You have to say they objectively did a lot of good, to the extent that you can say objectively, I guess.
Must in part be blamed on strategic missteps by the United States, who could have had.
I guess you could say,
Okay,
based on measurable factors, they did a lot of good.
this is just
Was there about 100? I don't know the exact number. I just said like
ridiculous.
60, I think.
What he's saying here is that Mr. Z is leaving out important details.
Can we talk about how unfortunate the whole, like, the invasion of Ukraine must have been terrible for this guy? Obviously worse for the Ukrainians, but I'm not saying anything on that. But, you know, I feel like this...
And thus his interpretation of
I might have thought about changing my logo if I was him, but...
post-war Cuba is wrong, despite the fact that his own interpretation left out the most important detail when regarding Cuba's turn to communism, which Mr. Z stated in the very beginning of his
One other nation stood as much a thorn in the side of the United States as its superpower rival of the Soviet Union. That nation was the small island state of communist Cuba. Of all the countries to fall under communist influence, Cuba was in the most strategically compromising location for the United States, right on its doorstep.
Is he saying Cuba became communist because Cuba was a strategic, like, in a strategic position?
Fredda leaves out this extraordinarily important detail in order to paint a picture.
Rival of the Soviet Union. That nation was the small island state of communist Cuba. Of all the countries to fall under communist influence, Cuba was in the most strategically compromising location for the United States, right on its doorstep.
Is he saying Cuba became communist because of geography? I don't get this.
What he's saying here is that Mr. Z is leaving out important details, and thus his interpretation of post-war Cuba is wrong, despite the fact that his own
I didn't say his interpretation of post-war Cuba is wrong. I'm saying it's going to be flawed. I was talking about the history that he was presenting.
interpretation left out the most important detail when regarding Cuba's turn to communism, which Mr. Z stated in the very beginning of his video. Mr. Detail when regarding Cuba's turn to communism.
What, the geography? What?
As much a thorn in the
Do I have to say where Cuba is on a map? You can look that up. I don't think that's a big historical, like, event. That Cuba has been, like, south of Florida for a few thousand years, like hundreds of thousands of years or whatever.
side of the United States as its superpower rival of the Soviet Union. That nation was the small island state of communist Cuba.
Detail in order to paint a picture of the US just bullying Cuba for
They did, though. No, they didn't bully them for no reason. They bullied them for very specific reasons that can be identified. That just wasn't the entire topic of the video. We could get into that, like the US bullied Cuba because of lobbying by specific people into the US government, in the US government rather, to like be harder on communism in a way that the fucking president and the executive of the US did not want to be. Kennedy wasn't like, I fucking hate Cuba, I wanna, I wanna destroy Cuba. That was sort of pushed on him by other people. There are lobbies and interest groups in the US government who were sort of pushing this idea. And some of those people were people who have, fled to Florida, who are still a political sort of like interest group or whatever.
no reason, even though Cuba's socialist policies put them at odds with the United States, which it was right next to during the
Cuba's socialist policies, I'm wondering what policies he's talking about, because the policies to begin with weren't like explicitly crazily socialist. There was land reform, but land reform has happened in many capitalist nations. Land redistribution has also happened in a lot of capitalist nations. Jobs programs, like FDR did that in the United States, and they're not communist.
high-stakes Cold War, thus making Cuba a clear and present danger to United States security. He also makes it out to seem like American interventionism was what finally drove Castro against the US.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that maybe if they had done the opposite of American interventionism, which would have been, maybe outreach and diplomacy, things could have gone another way. So I'm not saying that Castro was on track to become the United States' best friend. before the United States tried to murder him. But I'm saying that had they not tried to murder him, maybe he wouldn't have been so quick to say, "Hey, Khrushchev, let's be best friends."
When in reality, Castro's earliest speeches, prior to him coming out as a communist, had framed America in his eyes as an imperialist oppressor of Cuba. Also, because Fredda seems to suggest that Castro had only become pro-Soviet and a communist because of this, it's worth pointing out that well before his public declaration, Castro had written on the need for a proletariat revolution, and that Cuba's ills were caused by a, quote, dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. So, do with that what you will. Not
Yeah, based. Again, I think okay, actually, I think here we are kind of talking in two sort of on completely different wavelengths. So, to him, any sort of sympathy towards the workers or sort of rejection of like capital dominating the worker, I guess, means that you must be Soviet aligned, right? So any sort of like overtures to that regard means that you must be Soviet aligned. But this sort of language was used in Norway at the time, and Norway was a member of NATO. So I think his, like, yeah, we are kind of like on completely different wavelengths here. He has some way more ideological view of this, I think, where or at least a view based on like ideological convictions. Yeah, famously, all communists are aligned. Yeah.
Not only this, but he also paints an extremely rosy picture of Cuban socialism as well, portraying them as prosperous with only US sanctions hurting them, when this couldn't be further from the truth. Almost seems...
When was that picture from? Seems like an important detail to maybe mention. I'm not saying Cuba is a wonderful country by any means. I'm specifically pointing in the video to specific things that the Cuban government did that were good, like land reform.
like he's excluding some important information to support his own worldview.
Now, just to clarify,
A thing that only I am guilty of ever.
an author having a bias is usually not a problem. A good author is aware of their biases and message.
I do think it's funny how my video, which is about how you should be critical about of like people who make history content and their biases, has these people being angry because I'm making a video on people on biases in history because of my biases. I think that's a funny and interesting takeaway.
who are consuming the work are also aware of these things. However, in some situations, the author isn't trained to be acutely aware of these things. Or in the worst case scenario, they are, and consciously hiding their motivation behind their work. Monsieur Z is probably both. He makes content that's overtly far-right, and he doesn't seem to have a firm grasp of history. In these situations, what might on the surface seem to be a benign piece of worldviews or
understandings and his own biases, and he uses this as a way to brand Mr. Z and other conservative historians as problematic propagandists, thus elevating his own ideological take on history by proxy. Also, problematic
As opposed to your ideological take on history.
according to who? Fredda is guilty of the exact thing he's wrongly
He sounds so angry. Yeah, like it seems like he kind of understood the point of the video. I was very aware of like the fact that me talking about Cuba like that, like I didn't choose Cuba because it was a very clean and very non-controversial topic. I was very aware of the kind of reaction it would provoke, and I thought that it might be a productive one, and it seems like it was because he's talking about the exact same thing I was talking about. I didn't call him Mr. Z problematic, I don't think, but I did say that some of the worldviews that are promoted by those videos are problematic. Especially like What If Autists video, where he's like talking about like the left and the right and all this stuff, and like how, you know, wouldn't it be fucking poggers to die in a war for honor and king and glory and God and whatnot, which I think everyone can agree is a little bit problematic. Should have focused on the Chaz, yeah. This is why Chaz could have caused a proletariat revolution in the United States had it only been allowed to succeed.
Criticizing conservative historians for, which is pushing propaganda and warping history into a narrative that he agrees with. That's not history. That's not politics. That's dishonesty. Because let's be honest here, Fredda doesn't care about history.
No, I don't. I spent 5 years at university studying history for a laugh.
If he did,
I took on a lot of student debt as a meme.
He would actually study these things before he talks about them.
Yeah.
So instead, all you have is someone looking to push their worldview and mooching off bigger names for attention. Also, you have 3
I love the attention, yeah. That's why I didn't read comments for like 3 days after it came out.
Channels in your thumbnail, but only talked about Mr. Z. What did he...
I spoke to, wait, so what did he say? Hold on.
Channels for attention. Also, you have 3 channels.
Yeah, so I spoke to Cody about him being in there, and, you know, he said, no, keep me in there. And, What If Autist, I literally just made a video on. So this is like a video that's sort of going off of the points I was making in the previous video. Anyways, I think that's, like, it. Does he, like, Benedict Arnold, traitor or hero? Okay, cool. Well, yeah, I think that's it. Thank you, Josh Sullivan History for this video. And let's go play some Hearthstone 4. Yeah, I didn't think it was that hard, but I mean, you learn as you go, and I've only made like a couple of videos of this sort, so mistakes are obviously going to happen. Like, I didn't fucking even know how to like do text properly on the screen in a way that didn't look like ass, which I've sort of figured out now, I think, for my next video. May just wait an extra hour. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. You are ontologically evil for this, yep. Anyways, we are playing games. So, what were we doing last time? We just finished the Civil War. You should call up with that guy and make a cool looking video. Dude, I would love that. 50-50 revenue split. Spain is very dead, yes. I'm just hoping that our guys can get the fuck out of there. Because I can't do this, so... Don't know much about this game, but could be useful to ally with Yugoslavia. David, so I can't, I don't think, because Yugoslavia right now is under Prince Paul, so it's like a monarchy of some sort. I don't really know how the Regency Council worked, but and I am communist aligned. Just disband them, you keep manpower. Yeah, but I want to keep the experience. Yeah, so I can't really, I don't think, unless something happens in Yugoslavia, because it's 1938. So, yeah. Our war will be with Germany. He talks about seeking attention from a bigger channel, but goes after you as 10k more subs, so does that mean the point he made is also... he's also seeking attention? I don't care. That sort of stuff is like childish to get into. Like, I literally hit the like button on his video. If he wants to make a video that's on me and like reacting to me and stuff, go ahead. And if he makes money off it, good for him. Who cares? It's not coming out of my pocket, it's coming out of YouTube's pocket. Finally justify on nationalist Spain. Do you think that's a good idea? Like, how would I even fight that war? I don't have Marines, I don't like... Yeah, how would I fight that war? Get Marines then, duh. I have one spot for Special Forces at the moment. I do have a Navy though, so I wouldn't have to build one. All I'm missing is Marines. Okay, so the suggestion to declare war on nationalist Spain was a joke then, I'm assuming. We are forming an agency, which, we'll get an agent for whenever we take a focus for that. Please? Oh, there's Guadalajara. That's apparently a place in Spain as well. That is a place in Mexico, right? I'm not insane. Oh no, they're not holding out until I get Marines up and running and sending them over. That's not happening. See, there we have more red shirts. Oh, yep, there they go. Well, I'll have to disband them. Oh, okay, they'll lose all of its equipment and 80% of its manpower. So disbanding doesn't really even matter. Okay, let's see. I want to have more militias in different places, because we have them on the Yugoslavian border right now. I'm going to want Alpine troops up here and up here, so I'll have to be training more of those, because I just lost a bunch of them. Oh, hold on. Remove that, and then there. And the militia here, I guess I'll just pop them in here for now. We've got our Intel agency. What was the strat for this again? Like, what do you do first here? I'm maxed out on red shirts at the moment. But I'm going to get more of them at some point real soon, whenever we do the focus for it. That's a real unfortunate series of events for... redirect Alfa Romeo adds 2 building slots in military factories. We get a research slot there, and on the communist tree we have more red shirts, so 12 more red shirts, or we get a general and an operative. I'm going to go for the science first, and then I'm going to grab an operative. Oh, sorry, yeah, before the other stuff, because if we have max operatives of 1, and we get 1 extra operative from a focus, do we still get 2 operatives? I genuinely do not know. So if you do know, please let me know. But sure you do. Nice. Very cool. Oh, cool. We do have a national balance of power now. So we have low communist influence, and that's a socialist one. Non-core manpower plus 2%. Okay, so we get more stuff here. So genuinely, this side looks like ass compared to the like modifiers you get here. Raise the navy, cooperation with anarchists. So if we cooperate with the anarchists, we get more percentage towards the communist faction. Let's go for that. Will I end up having a second civil war here? Is that what this is meant to herald? Ungrouped air wings. Oh, I did not even know about this. We have 6 fighter wings. Which I've merged now, a couple of them. How do I, like, group them? Is it, oh, it just means, like, adding them to a group like this. Right? No. Because this is new. Demsok also has stronger focuses, gotcha. I don't know if what I did worked. To get Bella Ciao. Oh well. That's fine. Okay, so we get 1 operative. Tough, Seducer, Infiltrator, Safecracker. Oh, okay, hello. Escape Artist, Safecracker, Tough, Demolitions Expert, Linguist, and Commando. So I'm guessing we're going to go for Francesco Di Martini. Got an idea the Garibaldi Legion has been removed because the prerequisites are no longer fulfilled because the Spanish Civil War is over. Guy also has Syrian citizenship. That is going to be very useful if we end up declaring war on France, I guess. Antonio Gramsci recovers. Gramsci has finally recovered from the severe illness he sustained while unjustly imprisoned. He's ready to help our cause in whichever way he can with a stronger conviction and fervor than ever before, recovered by the optimism of his will. So, he gets a bunch of really cool modifiers, which
aren't going to be seen quite yet, I don't think, until he potentially becomes the leader of the nation. Hello, UF. Okay, what do we build next? Let's have a look at our fleet here. We have a lot of destroyers. We have a bunch of subs, but not that many. I'm not going to be building aircraft carriers. I'm not going to be building like battleships and stuff here in the Mediterranean. Doesn't make much sense to me, but I might make light cruisers. Actually, no, because I mean, can't we get recon from air recon at sea? Doesn't that work? Because we have the largest aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean. It's called Sicily, Sardinia, and Italy itself. I will just make more subs. Pump them out. How are we doing for railways? I think we're probably fine. German demands for the Sudeten territory in Czechoslovakia, which is home to a considerable German minority, have intensified. There goes the Sudetenland. You have a Trotsky supporter be leader over Trotsky himself. That's funny. Oh, let me check if... No, my internet is not ripping. We're fine. Moved engine. So we weren't going for the light one, were we? Because we're getting that for free. Oh, but no, that was if we did the tankette thing. No, we can still do it, yeah. Once improved light tank chassis technology is received, create a variant. Okay, so it's not really a big deal. We do get a 150% bonus for light tank models. So I may as well research this. No, sorry, I may as well not research this and wait until I get the... I can use the bonus on it. Instead, I'm going to go for... anything cool on the aircraft front? Not really. I can get a basic large airframe, which I guess I'll want anyways. For strategic bombing, eventually. I'm going to get better radios. Does not say that you get a new radio for your planes. That comes after that. Did I... What, is that in the focus tree or what? Because I'm getting the computing machine. You're going pro-Soviet or anti-Soviet socialist Italy? I don't know. I'm going whichever one helps me not get eaten up by Germany immediately. Or economy time.
Also going to improve infrastructure over here for the resource extraction, while also improving supply a little bit. Oh, we are looking really good for resources, by the way. In terms of the ones we can get, I mean. Fuel refining, fuel gain per oil. Also probably good, because whenever we send our planes up, we're going to start running out of oil immediately. I will get maintenance companies for our tanks. Also, for the next stream, which I don't know when that will be, I will possibly, depending on how far in we get on this one, we might not be able to finish this playthrough this stream, probably not. But if we do, we'll be voting on what game I play next in the Discord. Just so you know. Love the song. Okay, so this is where we choose our leader then, to get Gramsci, which might also choose our route, I'm not sure. Against topple government, war goal against German Reich, nice. Okay, let's go and grab our revolutionary women from different political formations have proposed to form women's defense groups for active participation and mobilization of forces in all classes and social strata in the event of war. Gives us a general, gives us an operative. And we get 400 plus weekly manpower, damage enemy garrisons and states occupied by the enemy plus 10%, operative slots plus 1, daily communism support plus 0.1. Yeah, I don't see like a left communist path in this or whatever.
Attento. Pronto, signore.
Cool. And let's get extra militias, because we're going to be training those up. Wondering if it might be better to just merge regular infantry and militias into one unit or one division.
Pronto all'azione. Attento.
Here come the rest of our tanks, or our our newly remade tanks. We do have our Panzer expert. What would the Italians call this? Probably just a tank group or something. Or a tank corps. And color, we will make it... We have a lot of orange stuff, not a lot of blue. Let's make it light blue or cyan. A failure.
Comandi.
I'll go ahead of time on the industry. Makes up for it, self. Stefanina Mora, was she the one we just got? Oh yeah, it becomes available. She doesn't just become one. We still have Dominioni here, who's got Tough. She also has Tough. She has Infiltrator, he has Safecracker. Capture Cipher, Still Blueprint, Rescue Operative Cost. I feel like she's better. Okay, so you are going to start infiltrating, or building an intel network in Berlin. And you are going to start... What am I gonna do with these guys? But From what I can tell, you can do a lot more with intel and stuff in vanilla from what you can in like Kaiserreich. I like how it's like, send them to Serbia or Bosnia, and it's like half of the same states. It does make you want to do that, doesn't it?
Pronto all'azione.
New era for the red shirts is over, and then we will crush the mafia, I'm assuming, to fix the situation in Sicilia. Let's grab one of these railway guns and assign it to, let's see, this guy.
Formazione. Formazione.
Hanai incident. American and British gunboats were attacked by Japanese aircraft in separate actions today while evacuating Western civilians from the front line in the war between Japan and China. Despite being clearly marked as an American vessel, the USS Panay was hit by 2 bombs and sunk, with 3 American and 1 Italian citizen killed and others wounded. Does Japan have no limits? The provisional government of the Kingdom of Greece, after a long and concerted effort to improve cooperation and compliance between our occupation forces and local civilian authorities, we are now ready to put control of the Kingdom of Greece back into the hands of a local government. I'm sorry, what? This new government is made up of sympathetic civilians and is ready to closely coordinate with us. What? It's a one small island you own? Oh. Cool, okay. Sure, create a collaboration government. Italian Greece with the ugliest flag I've seen in my life. Hello, Segman. I never do it because they have the worst flag no matter what. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Independent state of Croatia. No, they're not ready yet. Yeah, I gotcha. What if I should send a garrison there? Speaking of which, I should probably be training some really bad garrison troops. This is probably fine for a garrison. Actually, engineer company is fine as well. That's mostly so that I can, German Reich claims Memel. That's mostly so I can garrison places like, you know, these colonies, Libya, and places out here, so they don't get immediately gobbled up whenever the war begins. Because having one division here is less than having 4 divisions on the line. The Pope is dead. A new Pope shall be made. Why? We don't have to.
Pronto.
Radio detection. Cool. Then let's go for decimetric radar and make our aircrafts do better in the night time. Does Greater Italy get a flavor change as the communists? Is Greater Italy a thing for me? Where would that be? I don't see like a Greater Italy thing anywhere. At the bottom? Funny that the Pope doesn't relocate to like South America in this timeline, or or Aquitaine. It'll be a decision if it's a thing for the communists. Okay. Oh yeah, proclaim Greater Italy. Has completed focus towards the Greater Italy and okay, so okay, so it becomes the Italian Confederation then instead. Yeah. So yeah, it does seem like it's a different flavor. So maybe that's something we'll go for, Italian Federation. Which just so happens to encompass a bunch of non-Italians. Common Ground gives us a bunch of advisors, does move power towards the socialist faction. Not that it's a big problem, because we have a lot of power on our side of the, you know, of the political alignment at the moment. Industrial socialization, a leader steps forward. Let's grab a leader, because it's 35 days and we get bonuses. Let's see, what's airframe production looking like? Not great, but it could be way worse. Turkey delivers an investment portfolio. Sure, let's invest in Turkey. Invest in Turkish state building. When remove Turkey, one of the following will happen. Better investment to Turkey, the closer we can bind them with our own interests while simultaneously alienating them to our enemies. So should I even be doing this? It's not like me building like a bunch of roads in Turkey is going to make them socialist. Right? What's the plan? Italian Confederation. Also, I don't know if the thing worked, Bobbert, but I'll have a look at it later. But socialism is when the government does stuff. This is true. We can do the MAB now with a bonus. And since this isn't Kaiserreich, you don't get any bonuses for design companies, right? Yeah, we don't have like an equipment designer company that will do that. So let's just grab this MAB 38. Very cool looking gun. Like an SMG looking thing. All roads must lead to Rome, yes! A leader steps forward. Who will lead the Republic? With our fledgling Republic secured from the clutches of the fascists, we can finally set a new course for our country. What is needed now is a steadfast leader that is as wise as he is committed to our cause, someone that can steer us through the troubling times ahead and not falter in the faith for a brighter future. Marx Lenin did say that, yes. Antonio Gramsci is the rightful leader. We should follow Palmiro Togliatti or Sandro Pertini. But I'm going for Gramsci, even though it doesn't say anything here. Oh, sick! France guarantees our independence. Thank you, France. The fate of Czechoslovakia. Well, RIP. So there we go. Cultural hegemony. That's a little bit of a misspelling there. Cultural hegemony theorist. Political power gain plus 10%. Stability plus 10%. Surrender limit plus 10%. Research speed plus 3%. Daily compliance gain 0.05%. Daily communism support 0.10%. Wait, is Sweden a democratic socialist country? Wait, what? Yeah, all socialist governments and communist governments, and it reaches out to Sweden and France. Now that's an interesting one. I guess I'll do that, though. See if they'll give me some aid. Yeah, he hasn't looked like this in the photos of him that I've seen, but they might be from his earlier life. Let me see. Reference the photo of Gramsci that's in all of the posters around Trondheim, the city in which I live, use this depiction of him as a basis. Yeah, it's a... I mean, this is probably him when he was a bit younger. I'm gonna guess. Time comes for us all. France that time period was ruled by a left-wing coalition. Yeah, but Democratic Socialists, is that accurate? How did you replace the council with Gramsci? Purge or something? It's on the focus tree. Leader steps forward. So the council basically chose Gramsci as the leader. Yeah, that's younger Gramsci. Or he's just been hitting that pizza hard. Could be as well. Another double chin portrait added to the Heartsmine 4 collection. Leon blows the damn song. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know anything about Hansson. And Nygarsvold is a Labour Party boy, but I don't know if we're reaching out to them. Does it have the full list? No, 12 others. Please, allow me to hover over this and see the full list like in Crusader Kings 3. That would be insanely good. That's insane, though, that the, like, wartime coalition was the the ones to institute the 40-hour work week. Sorry, I thought I was unpaused. Let's trade with our fellow communists, the French. There's a sub-ideology for democracy in Heartsmith 4 called socialism. I'm guessing that's what they're on then. Communist Roman Empire when lol? I'll get the brothers Gracchi right on that. Ideology icon, thank you, okay. Do I design a bomber right now? I don't know if I have, like... No, I should probably get the guard, like, cannons and stuff before I do that. Let's have a look. Where's the ideology icon? Oh, there it is. Parti Radical. Democratic. Arbeiderpartiet, yep. Socialdemokratiska Arbeiderparti, so the Social Democratic Labour Party. Conservative Party. No idea how to pronounce that. This one is fun, a fun one to pronounce. Oh my god. I told you it was fun. Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei. Fucked up pronunciation, I know, but did my best. Sub-ideologies are more commonly than not misassigned. Yeah, I mean, ideologies are also more commonly than not misassigned, I feel like. Also, I did not realize that there was impassable terrain here. Which means that we could have some, like, fun fun times fighting here. Please unpause. I'm hitting spacebar so hard. Why is it not unpausing? Did my spacebar just break? No, now it works. Okay, cool. Added more impassable terrain in the Alps. Cool, I like that. The United Kingdom is guaranteeing our independence. That's sick. So, I probably don't even have to worry about the French.
Pronto, signore.
Quick switch sides.
Ordini.
Yeah, I have new friends. Red-Brown Alliance, yeah. Allying with the British. Did I get new fighter stuff yet? No. Well, no, actually I did, didn't I? Because hold on, let me check. Last stream. Yeah, because I got the Series B, which is just like a fuck ton of guns with a plane attached to it. Oh, we have bomb sights. Complex mechanical computer that takes into account wind drift, terminal velocity, and altitude. Allows the bombardier to drop bombs with high degree of accuracy. That's something we're putting on our bomber. That's our radio, and that is our engine, which we kind of need. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else new to add to this. Well, let's grab the heavy one. What's an Italian bomber? Best match. That is that one. Oh, that looks really cool. What is this? That is fucking ugly. What is this plane? This looks like the German Junkers. Is it the 88 or the 87? Whichever one isn't the Stuka. This one looks really cool as well. That's a jet bomber as well, I think. Or is that one the jet bomber? It's like a sniper scope. People put scopes on machine guns, right? They do have gyro scopes, or not gyro scopes, gyro sights in, or gyro optics in fighter planes. But I don't know if that's modeled in the game. We could check, actually. Let me see. That adds turrets and cannons and stuff. I doubt... Cannon defense turret, yeah. I don't know where it would be, if it would be anywhere. Bomb sights 2. Stabilizer. That's for the tank. Yeah, if it would be anywhere, it would be here, I think. The gyro. Anyhow. We don't necessarily need that many strategic bombers, because I feel like what I'm going to be doing is I'm just going to hold the Alps and just send rockets into Germany. But I do want to make one. Just so that I have done it. So what do we call it? Drops full sticks of pepperoni. We have night sights for planes in Outside 4. Gotten off the night sights for tech, night sights tech in the infantry tab. What are the night sights in the infantry tab meant to represent? Are they meant to represent like radioisotope, whatever thingies that like glow because they're radioactive, or no? Because these are meant to represent actual night vision, aren't they? Infrared technology, yeah. Which I don't think that's a thing that you mounted to planes really in World War II. But they did have like basically like little like holographic sights so that you could see the sight at night. Kind of like how in a plane you have like the green haze, right? The cannoli delivery system. Like how everyone is making jokes because we're playing as Italy, and I'm actually asking for a cool leaflet dropper. What's let's see, it's gonna be silly anyways, whatever I call it. It's like Gramsci takes control of Italy, and all the bombers are converted to drop like complicated cultural theory over Munich. The Red Hen. Gramsci post. There must be like an actual, like, because oh fuck it. Italian bombers, World War II. Did they exist? These have dumb names. Oh, that's the SM-79. I feel like the consolidated B-24 Liberator was not made by the Italians. Unless you count Italian Americans. Which I do not. Yeah, it seems like they basically just made medium bombers. Because this is like a four-engine boy. Some clunky night vision. Yeah, that's the one that's represented in the infantry screen. But it relies on like a big old flashlight, like a night vision or like an IR flashlight, basically, which doesn't really lend itself well to a plane where you're firing at ranges of like upward of 200 meters. No, I saw Gramsci build. Hold on.
Leaflet.
Volantino. Contagocce per volantini.
The Volantini Volantini 39. Add main armament to give a roll. Yes, leaflets. Large Bombay. Large Bombay. Large Bombay. Large Bombay. Okay, weight 65, thrust 32. We'll have to deal with that. 6 engines. Is it Volantinetas? I don't know what... I don't know what the actual grammar is. I don't know Italian. If it takes off, it's not good enough. True. This one is not taking off, so it's very good. Defense turrets. Let's see. Special modules. Oh, flying boat. That's very cool. Has anyone here seen Porco Rosso? Incredibly good Studio Ghibli film about an anti-fascist pig man living in Italy in the 1920s. And he flies like a float plane. Gonna want bomb sites, we're gonna want radio navigation. Fuel usage of 1 looks scary. Do I... Yeah. Heavy MG or light MG? We don't need agility. This thing is going to be expensive as hell. Okay, this allows it to take off. This does not. Yeah, it's like a... This is like a tank. But to be fair, it's got insane strategic bombing stats, doesn't it? Where do I even see that? Strat bombing 8. How is 30 becoming 8? Yeah, what the fuck? Adding a bomb bay doesn't do anything. You have to hover over the attack symbol under the stats, and then it calculates which, Oh, down here. Gotcha, thank you. So this would mean that 1 bomber would be basically bombing for 2. Which I think is a worthwhile production, like, cost. Now, isn't this going to be... Yeah, this is meant to be adding 4. But that's adding combat stats, I'm guessing, and it's not adding it to here. That's adding 1.5 production cost, 4, 2, 1. So the big production cost is the engine and the airframe then. And we're doing 6 engines type 2, which is why. If I do 4 engines type 1, I can do this. Nope, I can't. 4 engines type 2. 6 engines type 1 would be not enough. Yeah, so we're basically gonna have to go with this, I think. Is it great? Probably not. What does flying boat do for it? Make scouting missions over water much easier. Gotcha. We're gonna be making those as well, I think, to scout for planes in the water. Now, naval bombing. What is our best naval bombing strat? Probably just taking like a basic small airframe or a basic close air support airframe and then converting that, right? That looks kind of cool. We don't need this. Because they're not going to be bombing at... they're not going to be strat bombing, they're not going to be bombing at night, the naval bombers. And they're going to have torpedo mountings. And that's about it. Feedback thinks that medium airframes are the future. Should I do, like, medium airframes for naval bombing? I feel like that... Like, if I was flying in a medium airframe at a ship in a flight sim, I wouldn't want to be doing that. I would want to be flying a smaller one. Please call this one the Porco Rosso. I will. Let's have a look at the medium then. Medium doesn't get torpedoes. Large does. So we'll have to do small. Wait, can I do float plane on this? I can't. No, I can. Floats. There we go. Floats, and... that helps for naval strike and port strike, so that's good. Naval attack 2, naval targeting 6. And a torpedo, but you can only have 1. So if I were to add more, it would have to be... that's port strike and logistic strike, and this is logistic strike and naval strike. So bomb locks for naval strike and small bomb bay for port strike. So what's the discrepancy between thrust and weight going to do for us here? Is it going to improve agility? Port core also 39. Looks like a torpedo. If let's say biplane in Porco Rosso, so I'm gonna have to go for something like this. It does kind of look like something out of Porco Rosso as well. This one is quite cheap to build as well. We're building the Porco Rosso, and then we're building the Volantini 39. The path to progress, and then the union in the party, I'm assuming, because it's only 35 days and it gives us a bunch of cool shit. Add anti-fascist agents, which grants intelligence gain from operative and infiltrated assets, plus 15%, and 1 extra operative slot, and we get an extra operative. Ooh. I'm actually going to grab some civilian factories first. This communist focus tree, by the way, seems really good. I'm liking it.
Attento. Sì, signore.
Let's grab all of our Alpine troops and put them up against Germany. Oh yeah, Bobbert, I at present have, wait, oh, one of them was de-assigned. Where did I see the railway guns again? There we go. I was about to say, at present I have 3 railway guns assigned to 1 army. Yeah. I have many railway guns. Radar. Machine tools. International support for the Italian Union. So we get 8k units of Italian infantry equipment, we get 800 units of Italian support equipment, and 400 trucks. Doesn't say who's doing it. But I'm guessing it's based on how many people signed up for it, or like how many opted in on the event. Adding these guys to the garrison, which at the moment is only garrisoning the... well, they aren't even garrisoning ports, hold on. So there we go. And they're going to be garrisoning ports here as well. And here. I think that's fine for now. I decided a super heavy tank, it costs 57. What the fuck? I don't care about Turkey, honestly.
Ordini. Pronto all'azione.
Let's have all of our guys exercise and get them up to a higher veterancy. Molotov Ribbentrop Pact. Oh boy. That's not good. Almost as if things are about to pop off. Do I? Yes, I do. I do actually improve these railways because they're awful at the moment. I know there's buttons to make this better, but I'm bad. I like to do this better. Then we go for more light tanks here on the tank corps. Have them exercise as well. Our cavalry corps, kind of useless, but I'm going to have them exercise as well. We are going to purchase more rubber from our French comrades. I let Ethiopia live, and by that I mean I pulled out of the war immediately. I'm going to decolonize, I think, if that's an option. Oh yeah. No wait, we don't have that yet. I can infiltrate... So what do we do here for Germany? We need... I do want some military blueprints from the Germans, because I feel like they're going to have a bunch of cool tanks. Or tanks that I can make cool. Oh, yes. Yeah. So resistance contacts is a good... that's a good one. Because I need to get ready to do sabotage in Germany. And do the Warsaw Uprising when possible. I don't know if only the Soviets can do that, or if I can do that as well. I hope I can do that. That's cool, Miles. I'm excited to see them. That seems really good. 10% construction speed on a bunch of stuff. What did I just get? Genuinely don't know. What are we lacking? We are lacking probably support equipment production, yes. And we're lacking... don't even need armored cars, really. We are lacking medium airframes, and we are lacking light tanks. We're using so much rubber now because we're building a bunch of planes. We are starting to get up to speed with, whatchamacallit. We are starting to get up to speed with, like, reinforcing our air wings. Oh yeah, can I make, like... can I put, like, baby Muammar Gaddafi in charge of Libya so that he can go to the United Nations and be like, this is why Italy needs to rule Switzerland? Speaking of which, these guys got new focuses, right? Yeah, they have, like, Fortress Italy. Oh, sorry, Fortress Switzerland and, like... You know, German Nazi gold and stuff. What just happened? Paradox brain? Oh, Poland. The naval treaty has been abrogated. Prepared? And it's select a target. Has resistance. They should know. Like, what? why don't they have resistance yet? There, I guess? This one is not currently available. What happened? Oh, did she already go? Sorry, what just happened to her? What the fuck? She was just killed as I was doing that. Oh! That's fucked up. Nazi bastards. Let's improve our artillery guns. Grab Grand Assault. Yeah, I mean, like most, I'm assuming most like resistance groups or like dissident groups in Libya at the time were more like nationalist revolutionaries, looking to rid themselves of colonialism, which is a common thing. And then among those guys, there probably were communists. Fall of Warsaw.
Comandi. Pronto
Yeah, that makes
all'azione.
sense. Institute the 5-year plan. Is that what I just did? Oh yeah, we just did our own 5-year plan, just as our Soviet comrades did. We must... I just read the modifiers. We must industrialize our mostly agrarian economy in order to compete with the great world powers. We will develop a 5-year plan that will help us not only to return to pre-Civil War industrial levels, but far exceed them. New reconstruction, or industrial reconstruction, I guess, which gives us a new company, which grants motorization research speed plus 20%, truck production cost minus 15%, train production cost minus 15%. Seems pretty good. Political commissars. Replace disgruntled military with political commissars. That seems really good. So I can either do this, or I can go for common ground and go for appease the military, which will give some of our guys war hero traits. And an operative slot. This will give us army experience gain 5%, naval experience gain 5%. Oh, that seems really good. Division recovery rate 5%, division defense and core territory 5%. This gives us the same thing as well. But also military police defense and required garrisons minus 10%, military police organization. So this is more occupation, this is more defense. And this is kind of shit. So I'm gonna go for the defense one, because I don't want to die. Poland has capitulated. R.I.P. Bozo. Okay, I'm gonna grab this guy, which, I feel like he killed her, because I passed him up last time. I have a feeling you'll need defense against Germany. Yes, I also have a feeling that might be the case.
Comandi.
Let's see, garrisons again. Oh,
Attento.
militia. Now I'm gonna split the militia in two, I think. But before I do that, have you done any traveling? Oh, Miles, your message was retracted. I'll read it in a moment when if you repost it when I get back after I use the bathroom. Actually, no, I can see it on this screen. Yeah, be right back. Hello. Have you done any traveling around Europe, Fredda? I've added so many places to my travel list from the VP dots on this game. I have, but not much. That's a good idea for. No, I get you. So let's see. I've been to Greece. I've been to Spain. I've been to France. I've been to the Netherlands. I've been to Belgium. Been to Denmark, Sweden, Finland, England. And that is the extent of my travel, really. So I went to Paris. I've been to Barcelona. I've been to Palma de Mallorca. I've been to Rhodes, which we control at the moment. Oh. Do this. Let's see. And I've been to, let's see, Amsterdam, Leeuwarden, Brussels, Antwerpen, I think it was. No, wait, no, it wasn't Antwerpen. It was, what was it? I don't think I was long in Brussels. Actually, I don't remember where I went to in Brussels, but I've been there. I don't remember what the circumstances were, because I think it was in relation to me going to the Netherlands. And then I've been to London. That's it. Well, of course, yeah. Denmark, Copenhagen, and Frederikshavn, and Stockholm, and like Malmö, and Luleå, and Skellefteå, and all these places up in northern Sweden. And then I've been to Finland by crossing this bridge. And then gone back. So like, there's a bunch of places I would like to visit, like the Balkans, you know, Germany, maybe Italy, I don't know. Yeah, and like there's places in France I want to go to, there's places in Netherlands I want to go to, there's places in the UK I want to go to that I haven't been to. Like I want to go to Scotland, I want to go to Ireland, and yeah, place in Germany. I have some friends who would like habitually go to Poland because there were like these really cheap plane tickets, and so it was cheaper to take a plane to Poland, get drunk, and then come home than it was to go to the bar in Norway. Let's see. Let's get all this stuff set up. Recommend Venice. Yeah, I want to go to Venice at some point as well. But that seems really expensive. Ah, yeah, that is also true. I mean, I'll probably post some militia there, I guess.
Si, signore.
And in fact, I feel like the only place the tanks can really be useful, depending on what happens, is like here. Have you been to Portugal? No. I would like to go, though. My dad has been to Portugal a few times. He's been all over, though. Netherlands declared war on the Allies. Sorry, what? Has joined the Allies, the other way around. The most eco-friendly Norwegians. Yeah, traveling all over the world. Ever been to Romania or Italy? No. Full of history and hills. Yeah, I mean, I'm from Norway and I live in Trondheim, so I'm well aware and familiar with hills. So that's not a big problem for me. Okay, we have a new boy, a new guy. New guy unlocked. We're going to, I guess, have him join that because she's dead. Wait, can I swap the location? Oh, it's too late. I was gonna put it in Warsaw, but oh well. USSR occupies eastern Poland. I think I'll just start making medium tanks, honestly. Who is shooting? Chill out. Have you seized the means of resistance? I don't know what that means. The German Reich declared war on Belgium. By that you mean all the guns, yes, I do own them. Socialist education in Italian Greece. I don't care about that stuff. I do want to have like a coup in Greece or something, that would be kind of cool, but that won't do that. Good, I'm Romanian and don't come. German Reich declared war on Denmark. Denmark has joined the Allies. Germany is just like, I would like to be enemies with the world. German Reich declared war on Norway. A bit early. Norway has joined the Allies. Okay, so... I want to get in on this. I don't see any way, shape, or form in which me waiting is gonna help. Because then it's just gonna be me versus Germany, and then maybe the Soviet Union will help me at some point. How about I take what is rightfully mine? Tyrol, I guess. Join Comintern and call in the Soviets already? Won't that fuck over the Soviets, though? Like, if I go to war now, won't the Soviets get... It won't? I thought they wanted to wait till like 1941. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, Thunder. I wanna fuck over the Germans by basically making them making them have to commit forces to the Alps. They will not accept. Asshole. Who do I send to France? I wanna send... Probably just infantry, right? Because, like, my light tank divisions are kind of ass. And I don't have a lot of them. Yeah, but it's gonna take a while to do that. Fuck it, we have insane political power, which I just realized. We're soon researching the new small aircraft fighter 2, which is in the previous batches was like insanely decisive. So I'm thinking we're gonna grab a research company here, which is gonna be light aircraft. Ooh, range focused. That's not really a big concern for us, though, I don't think. So I'm gonna go for light aircraft designer, and that is Machi is our designer. Higher conscription law, that'll be useful. Will do when I have 150, which will be in 5 seconds. But yeah, the Allies don't even have to be, like, engaged in the Mediterranean at all. Thinking maybe I should do this. Metals can buff your divisions. You need PP for that though, right? So I'm gonna do that afterwards. None of those are super enticing to me at the moment. Sort of doing it for, well, Belgium's fucking gone. Luxembourg's gone. Yeah. I don't think that's super necessary at the moment, though. I'm just gonna go for this already. I've started improving the railway lines on over here, and I'm improving the railways here, but I don't think it's super necessary at the moment. Like, maybe I'll build, like, a supply hub over here. That might help. Like there. That's gonna take a while anyways. Because that tile is out of supply. And there's too many troops on this on this front right now. Let's split off a couple into the second army. Do the trains run on time in communist Italy? They actually run faster than time. You see, the secret sauce was Hegelian dialectic. So somehow that makes the trains go fast. Another militia officer, cool, we can split them off a little bit. General Ada Gobetti. This guy's kind of ass, but yeah, I'll put this guy in charge of the second army. Yeah, time adapts to the train schedule. Yes, but unironically. Grab another one there. I think the militia being here is not helping either, so let's grab a couple of them, create the second militia army. Not a new theater, that's not what I wanted to do, but I do want to make a new field marshal. And that field marshal will not be Beardman, who looks like he has one foot in the grave, it's going to be Pietro Badoglio. I'm very good at this. And this will be the... So that's called the first expeditionary, which is kind of silly, but this is going to be the militia. Or what do we call these? The... Army of Labor, Army of... I'm just going to put Red Army now. Or Red Arm H. Red jackets. Well, they are red shirts, but... Let's see, do we have a specific symbol for this? NKVD, Garrison... There we go, militia. You're totally not going to die first, army? Yeah. This is going to be the Army of the Union. So this is the conventional army. Called something about around Garibaldi. That could be... Yeah. We could just call it the Garibaldi Brigades. And the Garibaldi Brigades... you guys are... former colonial troops, but you're going to be put in that conventional army. There we go. And you'll be led by Ada Gobetti. It is kind of fucked up how we are giving the women the worst troops and the worst postings. Night Witches moment. There should be the Garibaldini. Alright.
Pronto all'azione.
And yes, the plan is to call in the Soviets.
Sì, signore. Pronto.
So we got the red shirts on
Attento.
the front line there. Antonio Gramsci questions German sovereignty. Yeah. Red God of Italia. It's not bad, but I do like the Garibaldini though. Because it ties back to like the red shirts we sent over towards Spain, right? The Garibaldi brigades. So maybe like the command structure or something is like something similar in, you know, the fictional lore of this world. Actually, let's just swap it over immediately. Yeet this. We could call it the, like... something federale or whatever. Isn't that, like, federal in Italian?
Federal Army.
Esercito federale.
Does that work?
Esercito dell'Unione.
What do we do here? Let's see, we send the other army, I think, actually. I don't know if the Yugoslavians are going to be an issue. That's what I did. Federal Army, that's what I did. The Esercito Federale. National government of the Kingdom of Libya. After a long and concerted effort to improve cooperation and compliance, so do we create a collaboration government in Libya? Yeah, I will keep troops on the border of Yugoslavia, but I don't know how many I need to keep there, honestly. I say wait. Sure, we can wait. I'm gonna go for the equipment research and just try to get some, like a bit of an upper hand on the Germans here.
Sì, signore. Pronto, signore. Formazione. Comandi. Formazione.
How far off are we on rocket research? 3 years. How about... Yeah, I can do medals and stuff here now, but... We have political power, but I'm waiting for mobilization. Let's just keep going. Also going to have a bunch of the wings exercise. Justification is finished. Do we declare war immediately? Got a history degree, or did I make that up? I do have one, yes. I have a bachelor's degree. If I can finish off this this master's thesis, I will have a master's degree as well.
Ordini.
Wrote my bachelor's thesis on press bias in World War I in Norway, and my master's thesis is on the Norwegian government's surveillance of the Labour Party in World War, or right after World War I, so interwar Norway. Or it's wrong to say the Norwegian government's surveillance, the Norwegian military's surveillance of the Labour Party. Okay, yeah, do we just declare war? They have a non-aggression pact with your faction leader. Fuck. Stalin, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, Zero, wait, were you Mandoon again? Which one is Mandoon? Fuck. A small red scare in interwar Norway? Not even small. Pretty significant. It coincided with the global red scare of the 1920s as well. Gotcha. Stalin! Stalin, are you seeing this, Stalin? Stalin, we have to do something, Stalin. Stalin, please. Might as well go after Yugoslavia then. I feel like the second I get into Yugoslavia, Hitler's gonna be like, my time is to strike, the Soviet Union is right now. Got a year plus? Fuck it. Do you think I will be able to take them? Nope. Okay. Stalins, see what you've done. The death of Rudolf Hess. Oh, he took the Hindenburg. That's funny. He crashed the Hindenburg. Oh, he flew the Hindenburg alone. Okay. After several Royal Air Force wings were immediately directed towards its position, when the Hindenburg failed to respond over radio, they opened fire. The remains of Hess were found in the wreckage. I feel like that would not have happened. I feel like they would have escorted that blimp, because I don't feel like it's that much of a threat. Also, why wouldn't he respond? Oh, we can still do common ground. Army modernization seems pretty good. Factory output, union in the party. Let's follow the Soviet Union, yeah. We already joined the Comintern, though. The Ethiopian question, no. Italian tankettes. Army leaders. Comms industry gives us radar. Let's grab the radar for 35 days. Fredda overstretching as usual. Yep. I like how for like a brief 2 months in game, I was like, oh, well, France will be on our side, so I don't need to put troops on the French border, and then they collapse in about a month. Grab engine 2. Almost at the point where we can increase our mobilization law.
Pronto, signore. Formazione. Sì, signore.
Oh yeah, that's fun, Luftwaffe.
Sì, signore.
I do not need more than 6 tank divisions. Denmark survived longer than France. Just let that sink in.
Attento. Comandi. Ordini.
Done for. Let's see. What else do we need to produce? More medium airframes, but yeah, that's gonna lag behind for a while anyways. We are fucked in the air war, though, against Germany. We have to sort of realize that and just recognize it and, you know, move on from there. What am I doing? There we go. We're going after Romania. Going after Yugoslavia. I'm gaining more guns at this time. This is, yeah, no, I am, I mean, like, I am producing more guns, but the problem is I have to catch up. You will if you go after Yugoslavia, check guarantees. UK, why are you like this? Fuck, I can't go after Yugoslavia. Because it's going to bring in the Soviet Union in a war with the UK, and that would be kind of silly. Set up the Alpine line. Yes, they are a lot more expensive. I am going to have to go after them though if I if I do get involved here.
Pronto, signore.
Yeah, I mean at this point it doesn't matter because the Germans are already at war with the UK, so.
Ordini. Comandi.
So Yugoslavia is just up for grabs, for the Germans at least. In case Vichy France decides to do some like mad lad shit and go for a naval invasion, I'm just gonna do that. Oh fuck, I have to fight in North Africa. Oh no.
Pronto, signore.
I forgot about that part.
Azione!
Vichy isn't in the Axis. Oh yeah, no, they aren't. Never mind. I guess I won't fight here for a while. Okay, but I still need troops there though. Soviet-German trade agreement. I bet I bet that'll last for a while. Yep, you go back there. We are going to do... I do want 3 Italian units. I do want some, like, military bonuses that I haven't looked at even yet. But I do want some, like, if there are good ones, I want them. Create medium tanks. For free. Nice. Common ground, army modernization. I think common ground is way better. Let's do union in the party first. France, my comrades, I'm sorry, I will no longer be buying rubber from you. Instead, I'm going for the British communist colonial occupation of Malaya. Oh yeah, we completed this. Thank you. Build an intel network in Berlin. Build an intel network in France, I guess. And we're gonna help out the French resistance. Going up to extensive conscription. Engines 2, and then we will go for cannons 2. Bulk weapons 3. Military factories, and... let's go! 100% popularity. Gravity got 120% of all the votes in the most recent Italian elections. Let's send this guy over towards, or these divisions over towards the First Army, I guess, even though they are already out of supply here. Union in the party. I'm going to have to split these guys up into other theaters so I don't go insane because of what's going on over here. I'm also going to color this one a little bit differently. Make the Garibaldini orange, even though that's kind of weird, considering they are the red shirts. So, defend the land or follow the Soviet Union. Defend the land creates the faction United Socialist Front. Every independent communist country not part of a faction will be invited to the Socialist Front. That includes Paraguay and none others. And then we can do the fight against Stalinism. United Anarchist Confederation, which gives us 25,000 manpower. And then Raise the Peoples, which gives us 5% recruitable population factor and a bunch of red shirts. If we do follow the Soviet Union, we get military cooperation, which gives us army experience and stuff, and an event that I don't know what does. A defense against capitalism, which gives us 3% division defense on core territory, ideology drift defense, land fort construction speed, coastal fort construction speed, more war support, combined research efficiency. I feel like, yeah, defend the land seems interesting if the anarchists are alive in Spain and there are other socialist countries. But right now, I feel like follow the Soviet Union seems like the most useful. Either way, we get the special brigades, which gives us 8 more cap to our red shirts. Yeah, one would hope. I feel like maybe the alliance is a little bit more desperate. Like, we're allying with the Soviet Union not because, you know, we love Stalin, but because right now the alternative is staring down the bullet of a Luger. Not the bullet, the barrel, rather. Let's... Oh, never mind, that's really good as well. Division speed, 5% there. We already have Ada Gobetti. All the Soviet Union doesn't give us anything immediately, and there's the stuff further down is what I'm looking for. So I'm not that hyped for it at the moment. I'm instead going to go for plane production, tank production, and that kind of stuff. Military factories, that kind of thing. You are going to go to the Second Army. In fact, it's kind of stupid of me to add more people to this army, because they're already kind of fucked over here. In fact, I'm actually going to do something that I should have done earlier, which is this. So the only the mountain troops will be stationed here where, you know, supply is worse, because that means less divisions on that one tile. There we go, supply is now better. Cool. We have light tanks, or the new light tank model, which I'm not going to do anything with until we do light tankette thingy focus, which is happening. We're going to grab this because it's got a 47% or 47-day research time, very quick. Then I'm going to improve our planes. Our mega gun plane is gonna grab radio 2 or 3 actually. I'm gonna wait until radio 3. Oh, air radar. Oh my god, air radar. That seems good. I'm just kidding, Mr. Paul. Prince Paul. I'm just kidding. I'm not even invading. I'm just doing this for, you know, to mess with you. We have one more we can grab. Laura Garoni immediately appeals to me. Demolition Expert and Commando. She is going to get to work in the Reich. And we do any cool missions in the Reich? No, we can't. Now I'm going to swap you over towards a medium aircraft designer. High reliability. I don't know how important that is in this current patch. Fuck it. How are the tomato sauce shorts doing? Let's see. They're doing quite well, considering. Yeah, I think the ideology system in Vanilla Hearthstone 4 is a little bit lacking, and oh boy, Norway's not doing too good. It's a little bit lacking because it was designed it was designed with mechanics in mind first and foremost, with the 3 big factions being the Comintern, the Allies, and the Axis. And then the ideologies were meant to promote adherence to one of those factions. But then, you know, things became a little bit more complex. People started wanting more complexity in the game, like, you know, offered by mods. And because of that, they're kind of trying to retrofit, I think, a more complex or more representative system onto the game, but that's also problematic in and of its own. I think that you could, like, I don't even know if like it's a good idea to just say like, okay, communists are the ones who are the factions who like adhere to the Soviet Union's like ideas, and then all the other ones are like socialist. I don't even know if that's even representative, and I don't think it would be a good idea to be like, okay, all the ones who adhere to the Soviet Union's ideas are Stalinist, because that's not even representative either. Do you think ideology should get an overhaul from a future expansion? I hope so, yes. I think that they should sort of abandon the, like the current system in its entirety almost, and make a system that relies on like adjacency bonuses in terms of ideology, maybe. So for example, the fascists would have adjacency malices, or like they wouldn't have any adjacency bonuses at all to the United Kingdom or the Soviet Union, because their ideology sort of says both of you have to die. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union would have a tiny adjacency bonus with the United Kingdom, because they're both anti the Nazis. And then other nations who are more socialist might have a higher adjacency or a higher bonus towards the Soviet Union, for example. And then, yeah, and then the, like, actual ideology. Oh, thank you, Soviet Union. That's a thing we needed right now. The actual ideology should be expressed through policies and events in the game, I think. Yeah, no, I know, Bobert. But I would have preferred, like, I would have preferred a block system, so you have blocks instead of ideology, and adherence to those blocks, and then, you know, adjacency bonuses and stuff. Like a little map, maybe. Yeah, hopefully that's what's that's what Heartsfine 4 will do. Heartsfine 3 has something like blocks, I think, or like they have a map with like the triangle, but I don't like that necessarily either. Yeah, so you have alignment to the Soviet bloc, you have alignment to the, you know, the Allied bloc, the Fascist bloc. Finland rejects Soviet demands. Yep, we can tell. The Soviet Union wants the Italian soldiers fighting in Finland. Sure. And by soldiers, I'm going to send planes. That's cool. Help him, Stalin needs your help. I'm fucking depressed looking at this list of how many planes we have. This is fucking horrible. What's going on? I'm making one plane a day. What's our next fighter gonna be called? That's also a very cool fighter, or cool looking fighter. Serious suggestion or joking aloud? Well, we have one plane called the Porco Rosso, so I think everything goes at this point. Luna Rossa? Is that like the red moon? The Bonelli? Bonelli is also cool. I like Luna Rossa though as well. We could do Bonelli for another one. Maybe the jet could be called the Bonelli. Luna Rossa 1940. It is going to have 2 cannons in the nose, like most civilized aircraft of this time. Most real fighter planes of this time. Without a cannon in like 1940 and beyond, you're kind of fucked. And then we're gonna go for... And I do not consider the Spitfire civilized. Or those early Spitfires with like the 6 machine guns civilized. Then we're going for... heavy machine guns or light machine guns? Light machine guns are good for logistic strikes, but generally speaking, we will not be doing that with this plane. In terms of the weight, it's actually not even that good, the trade-off, so we might just go for light machine guns. Air-to-ground radar might actually not be needed at all. Yeah, no, that's not needed. It gives us a lessening of the night penalty, but so does the air-to-air radar. And did I even finish the radar? I don't know if I did. Radio navigation 2, and don't need bomb sights, but I could do with self-sealing fuel tanks. We do have space for more guns. And it doesn't actually increase the cost all that much. And it doesn't reduce agility at all. It lowers speed a little bit. Oh no, it does reduce agility if I do cannons, but not heavy machine guns. Okay, fuck it, let's just do HMGs. This plane is fucking ridiculous. It's like a storm of bullets when it opens fire. It's got 8 machine guns in the wings. I don't even know if that's good. Like, it doesn't seem bad, and the cost isn't that much compared to, like, yeah, to the base cost. Fuck it. Oh no, that's bad. No, wrong icon. Luna Rossa 1940 needs to be a cool icon. I do have to check. Does this one have bomb locks? No, I removed that. Barbara Spitfire, yeah. Wait, did that get applied to this then because of... No, it shouldn't have. It's when you research the airframe, right? Okay, let's see. Sorry, thinking to myself here. Research medium then, because we got the bonus, yep. Yep, it's just more DACA. Thank you, Matthew Miller. That means a lot. The Soviet Union has called Tanutuva in as our ally in the Soviet-Finnish War. The war is surely over then. Tremble at the might of Tanutuva. Where even are they? There they are. Red Spring Offensive? If it happens in the spring, sure. 10-2 of a monk ass. Oh yeah, I was gonna help the Soviets out a little bit. You know, I shouldn't send or create more wings. I should just send the ones I have. I'm gonna send over a Cass wing. How are the Soviets doing for air power? Not well. Maybe I should make some heavy fighters, I'm not sure. Because our fighters can't reach far in here, but... and we will need escorts for our bombers, I think. Before World War II, did Russia have a fascist party? I don't think they had a fascist party, like a... So yeah, no, they didn't have a fascist party, because by the time fascism became like a mainstream thing, the Soviets had already taken power, and they would not have allowed anything like that in the 1920s. So I don't think they had, like, maybe they had something in the underground, potentially, but nothing operating quite like the Italian fascist party, for example. Italian Greece wants to join the invasion of Finland. Listen, Rhodes, I think Rhodos can stay in Rhodos at the moment. They're active in Manchuria, but little there were. I mean, I consider a party that's only active in Manchuria to be in the underground. Norway has capitulated. I'm assuming those are British troops there, then? Are we building the new artillery gun? I forgot if I did that. Yes, we are. Cool. What was Manchuria? Manchuria is this region over here. Can't let Rhodes attack Finland. It would be cruel and unusual punishment. They would send their giant. Yeah, I don't agree with calling Stalin like a fascist. I definitely think that he was authoritarian, obviously, but fascism is like its own thing. I think if you can call Stalin a fascist, you can sort of call almost anyone who uses authoritarian measures fascist, which I don't think is necessarily productive in understanding fascism in and of itself. Pugno Alzato. It is time to eradicate the scourge of fascism and the threat it poses to all of humanity. We will raise our fists in unity in this crucial fight, which gains, topple government and stuff, gains war support. We don't necessarily need that. Trucks and trains don't need at the moment. It is tanks and planes that we need. Well, guns and planes mostly, but... So let's do the Alfa Romeo production. For decades, Italian sports cars have been at the absolute pinnacle of technology, but with the clouds of war closing in, everyone in Italy must do their part. We cannot afford to retain pointless luxuries, and the machines of the Alfa Romeo plant may be better used for military purposes. So we're all getting sports planes. I'm curious, if you're comfortable doing so, how would you define fascism? I would define fascism as a type of... Like, it is a... let's see, let me collect my thoughts. Which unpausing is not very conducive to, but I will do so anyways. Ferrari tank? Fascism is like... It's a right-wing like revolutionary ideology in a sense. In the sense that it seeks to like totally transform society. The big thing about like identifying what is and isn't fascist isn't necessarily in the substance of fascism, because I believe that fascism is kind of without substance. It's kind of yeah, palingenetic ultranationalism. That's the Roger Griffin one. Roger Griffin definition. But fascism is like it's kind of without substance in a way. It has a lot of aesthetics and a lot of like ethos and pathos, and a lot of like rhetoric. It's the 14 points Paxton, or is that what's his face, the Italian Umberto Eco. Stalin had a form of camps. So did the United States, and so did the United Kingdom, and the French and all that. But like, the camps are different. we have to see that. Like the United States built internment camps for the Japanese. It's inconsistent, right? It's inconsistent in the sense that there are multiple competing ideas within fascist movements every time. There is no coherent, like, sort of fascist end goal. There are always like fascists inside of the movement fighting for different things. But when you see fascism take over, that's when it sort of expresses itself as like, you can tell like this is fascism, because it sort of abandons a bunch of the ideology that it goes for. And that's one of the key things about fascism. It doesn't actually like maintain a coherent ideology from its revolutionary opposition period to its period in power. It's a looser ideology, basically. Like, when they come into power, they sort of abandon the ideas that, or many of the ideas they were going for, or they said they were going for, and take this reactionary form that is mostly all about propping up a specific elite. Yes. It's fluid to fit the needs of the situation, right? Oh, sorry, I was saying yes to Torah. Sure, yeah. Fascists were never really necessarily like ideologically consistent, and they definitely were opportunistic. Like, Hitler would go, would rage against the capitalists in one speech, and then go and invite all of his, like, the biggest German industrialists to a meeting on February 20th, 1933, at 6 p.m. To tell them about how he planned to reshape Germany and why they should support his campaign and donate to his campaign. Stop. I don't want the Greek in Finland. Chill, dude. I think we should send less of these guys over to Finland and more of our close air support. Yeah, no worries, Miles. I have a video that I'm working on, which is why I remembered the exact time in which Hitler invited these people to the meeting. Because I was, I've been working on that video for the past few days. But yeah, I have a video coming out at some point that will talk about some of these things. Like the definition of fascism and what it is and all that kind of stuff. I am going to infiltrate the army in Germany. Other more alt history challenging videos coming. They were a pleasant surprise in my sub box. I don't know if I could do like videos that specifically challenge some things that are presented in alt history videos. I would have to like find some really good ones to do so too, that actually talk about things that I know about. So if you have any of those, feel free to send them to me through Discord or something. Oh yeah, let's build our fortresses here. Also, let's just build all of these. Oh fuck, we have to do one of them at a time. Oh fuck, and I did the west first! Did you know Henry Ford was anti-Semitic? Yes. I also know that Hitler wanted Fordism in Germany. Okay, I'm gonna go use the bathroom again. Henry Ford was so anti-Semitic, he made Hitler blush. Yeah, Hitler really liked Ford. Be right back. You fucking typing out the Internationale in my chat? I don't really know the English lyrics. I kind of know the Norwegian lyrics, because, you know, that's what gets sung here. On, you know, Labor Day and all that.
Was it best German World War II general Rommel or Heinz Guderian? Certainly not Rommel. And it's neither of them. It's probably Erich von Weinstein. I will not elaborate because I am not a I'm not like a German or like a military history nut who like studies the generals to like figure out which one was best or whatever. I don't think that's interesting at all. I just know that I think the consensus is that Manstein was the best, or one of the best, and then Guderian is kind of like held up as his like mythic tank commander because of his memoirs after the war. And Rommel is held up because of a bunch of things like the Clean Wehrmacht myth, the fact that he was kind of a celebrity in Germany, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you'll have to do your own reading to like actually understand those things. I am no best German general, French High Command. Yes. Like the best German general was IG Farben, Krupp, and Vereinigte Stahlwerke or whatever they're called. Like, that's the best German general. And Stalin's purges. I think a lot of people who say like, who's the best general? Who's this like which hero can I worship? It sort of misses the real complexities of war and stuff, and I don't know, goes for like, or opts for an easy, easy great man to worship, which I don't like. Oh, the war's over. Let's send our fly boys home. Yeah, but Tora, if I say Nestor Machno, you might sing a different tune. I'm joking. What do I go for here? Static Warfare seems like it's gonna be good. We do have delay. Let's have a look at delay. At least I think we do have delay. Wait, no, we don't have delay. You got me, yep. I think Karl Dönitz was a good admiral. I don't know much about German like sea warfare beyond U-boat stuff. So like, and I'm saying like individual, like the U-boat. I'm talking about like not. I don't know anything about the actual strategy and how Karl Dönitz affected that. All I know is like how individual U-boats operated, because I play a lot of sub-sim games. Best Italian World War I general was the Luigi guy, Luigi Cadorna, who single-handedly, oh never mind, single-handedly took Berlin from the Kaiser in a week, or he would have if it weren't for that damn Isonzo River. Yep.
Look at wars or events and just get boggled by how much is involved. Yes, I sometimes get stuck trying to wrap my head around all the stuff that caused X, Y, and Z. Yes. I, too, get, like, not necessarily, like, what caused X, Y, and Z, but, just, like, sort of stuck in how many sources there are and how much information there is to parse. The Kingdom of Greece declared war on Albania. Well, King Zog, man with the strongest name ever. Let's see what happens here. Call to arms request from Albania. Yes, I will. Can I take Greece? Yes, I can. I can take Greece from this. Fuck. Am I gonna do this? I was gonna go to war with Yugoslavia anyway, so I may as well do Albania instead. Oh, not Albania, Greece. Here comes Italian Greece. Albania, please don't fucking surrender. Why can't I send my troops to Albania? Fuck. This sucks. What do I do? Why are we not in the war together? Why am I at war with Greece but not with you? Sir. Can I fight through his country if I ask for military access? This is like all mountains, yeah. But I don't want to send my troops away from the mountain, like the Alpine garrison, so I'm not going to send the mountain troops, I'm just going to send normal infantry. Who are deciding, in their infinite wisdom, to take the boat from there, instead of taking the boat from here, which I assume would be much faster. Okay, now we actually have to do some like naval warfare here. Which I just realized I haven't done any exercises. So, convoy raiding. Convoy raiding. The Soviet Union would like to join our war against Greece. I don't think this is a good idea. Because they're going to send troops through the ocean here, and then Germany's going to invade and sink them all with U-boats, so... Like, is the Bosphorus Strait open? It is. Right? No, never mind, it's not open. So, yeah, they're going to send troops all the way from fucking Leningrad. I'm not going to let them do that. In a 5D chess move, Stalin, the great general, has sunk the entire Red Army in the English Channel. Yeah, Turkey was neutral. Turkey's neutrality and, like, NATO and all that was a big factor after the war. Yeah, so the Vichy collaborationists have decided to place a infantry division in Corsica, which sucks. We may have to get Marines or something. Albania, please! Fuck! Shit. This sucks. Oh no. Where should I go in Greece? I've only been to Rhodos, so that might not be representative. I think the Greeks would be very upset if I say that's representative of Greece. Shit. Okay, Do I have any of my... Yes, I do have the Porco Rosso 39. Porco Rosso. Do your thing. Oh, I hate organizing the Navy for the first time. It takes so long. So our naval commander is going to be capital ship. We don't have that many capital ships. I think spotting and positioning is better. Though naval AA attack minus 20% seems really bad in the Mediterranean because of the fact that everyone has air range here. So I'm going to go with Alberto Dazara, or Dazara. And he can also get Lone Wolf, which is... Fuck, he would be a brilliant U-boat commander. And this will be our mine layer, yeah. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna go for Carlo Bergamini then, I guess. Who has Big Guns Expert, which is pretty good, and Safety First, and Shore Bombardment bonus. Yeah, I'm gonna go for him, I guess. Okay. So, capital ships. You get your own thing. And because I want to make this legible, I'm going to make it white so it's easy to see the icons. Because I don't have the other mod that I usually use, the MPU Division icon mod. So, battleships. Which icon fits battleships? Something big. Grand. Flotilla, Task Force, Squadron, Carrier, CA, where's BB? Motherfucker, you put all these, you put DD and you put SS in here, but you did not put BB? PF. Let's do Task Force then. Was Bismarck the biggest battleship that Germany had? I don't know. Again, I'm not a, like, big naval history head. Let's grab all of the heavy cruisers. For now, they're probably going to be split up in their own things. Do you think the Treaty of Versailles caused World War II? I think Hitler caused World War II. I know, very brave to say so. So destroyers, I'm going to break them up into squadrons. So we're going to have squadron 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. Or actually, I'm going to go 11, yeah. Squadron 11. And then I'm going to take half of these. Half of that again. Half of that again. Put a bunch of them in reserve. Squadron 12. And Squadron 13. Then we have the heavy cruisers, which will be, I guess, set up with the battleships, because I don't think there's any other reason to deploy the battleships at all beyond a battle. Their job will be task force, strike force rather. So that's our Italian strike force, and then we have a bunch of light cruisers that aren't active doing anything at the moment. What do I do with them? Tanatuva wants to invade Greece. Mongolia wants to invade Greece. Italian Greece wants to invade Greece. Albania wants a non-aggression pact. No, I don't care. You don't exist anymore. Okay, let's allow them all to sort of coalesce. And, okay, let's see. I haven't watched Ken Burns' Civil War, but I've watched Ken Burns' Vietnam, and I like that. Okay, we have 6 light cruisers here. So what do we do with the remaining 6 light cruisers beyond putting them in reserve? I need to chill with the fucking submarines, dude. I've made enough. I'm gonna make light cruisers now. Grand topic, do you watch anime? Not actively anymore. I've watched a bunch, though. Like, my favorite are... I mostly watch, like, old... Or, it's not really old, but, like... The kind of stuff that, like, everyone has watched, basically. I've watched, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I've watched Cowboy Bebop, Samurai Champloo, Neon Genesis Evangelion. I watched a little bit of Tokyo Ghoul, didn't really like that. I watched, My Hero Academia, One Punch Man. You know, normie shit. Psycho-Pass. Really like Psycho-Pass. Fuck, yeah. Let's just put this one here. For now. Or, actually, no, let's just merge them with the task force. I have not watched 86. Do not know what it is. I assume it's got something to do with, getting shut out. Italian Navy will have, again, this color just for legibility, and flotilla, why not? Okay, cool. So, Squadron 11, your job will be patrol, patrol, and patrol, I guess. And then we have a strike force. Sure, that works. And then we are going to be active here, 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 and here. Actually, we don't necessarily need to worry about the Eastern Mediterranean Sea all that much. So we're going to get absolutely destroyed when it comes to oil at the moment. I'm going to send tactical bombers. You are not going to be doing anything, I don't think, but we're not going to be flying over the Balkans anymore. We're going to be flying over Italy just to get rid, or just to have air superiority, and then we're going to have one air wing do interception. No, you're correct. You have... So I'm doing a lot right now, so I can't really talk about other things than, you know, all the different dumb things I'm thinking about in this game. Ava's such a good show. Yeah, Evangelion is awesome. I've watched it many times. Okay, so now we're going to be, like, thoroughly pummeling their planes. Those planes look very funky. They look like heavy fighters. BR-19. But they're doing air superiority, which is a very silly thing for them to be doing. Oh wait, no, they are doing... What are they doing? They're doing something else. Okay, I'm also gonna send some planes out into the Adriatic Sea just to make sure they don't fuck around there too much. Favorite film of documentary or of World War II, World War I or World War II? I don't have any documentaries that I like about of World War I or World War II, but because I don't really watch documentaries. But I like beyond, you know, Ken Burns' Civil War, which I did watch. But in terms of like films and series, I love Band of Brothers. That's really good. I think Thin Red Line is one of them. And 1917 is a cool World War I film. Okay, let's see. Expand Foggia farm fields. Ministry of Italian Africa, no. Generic air stuff, probably a good idea at the moment. Anything that gives us a lowered production, that gives us free aircraft. I probably should have looked at that. All aircraft equipment production cost minus 5%. So that seems like a very good thing for us to have, because we have to outproduce the Germans, which is never going to happen, but it's a thing we should still try for. They shall not grow old. I have heard of it. I haven't watched it though, so... But I'm sure it's good. Increased production, that... it's just a general increase. Okay, cool. Or keep specialization. Okay, so let's see. Lowered retention, increased growth. Which is good if we're researching a lot, which we are, and modernizing a lot. Base, 10% up. Factory output, 5%. And here we get factory output 5%, cap plus 5%, and retention plus 20%. Wait, retention is also good if you modernize, isn't it? Just in a different way. But the base is lowered. I think base 10% is better than minus 4% and then higher retention. Am I wrong? Is come and see the Russian one? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the new All Quiet on the Western Front. Base is better. I'll go for this one then. I know what DA means. Oh yeah, the Dutch are having issues. Let's actually not buy from them and instead buy from Italy. Please come to Brazil. And sure, let's buy from all the oppressive colonial empires. There we go. Does, yes, in Romanian. Oh, it's Romanian as well. Did not know that. Scandinavia and Germanic language. So, Scandinavian languages are part of the Germanic language group. Which means that Norwegian, for example, is very similar to German in many ways, and makes it very easy to learn German as in Norwegian. Without having any formal training in German, I can read German. Not well, but I can read German, like, poorly. I think retention would be good if you'd go concentrated industry. That's what I did, yeah. So, probably should have gone for the other one, but oh well, who cares. Too late now. 15% extra air superiority. We're fighting submarines at the moment. So, with those subs, we haven't done any alterations to our navy. I don't know if we're going to have to, because I don't think the Germans are going to get subs into the Mediterranean. So our only real issue is going to be the Greeks. So I don't think we necessarily need to work on, for example, giving like sonar equipment or radar equipment to our ships. What we do need to work on, though, is getting a naval invasion into Greece, which is not going to be easy.
Pronto, signore.
So, naval invasion cap. 10. Do you think I'm gonna be able to do like... oh no, there's gonna be, fucking, what's it called? Oh. I've completely forgotten about the disastrous landings Churchill oversaw in Turkey and Greece. Soviet Union wants to invade Greece. Again, Stalin, you're going to send your troops over the German Channel, or what am I saying, English Channel, and then, goddamn my mouse will, and then things will get messy. I'm going to do anti-air, and I'm also going to be building some anti-air, because I am pretty certain the Germans are going to go ham with aircraft in Italy when they can. Gallipoli, that's it. Yeah, I'm going to do like another Gallipoli here.
Attento.
Matthew, it's liquid and made of grains. They call it beer. Don't know why.
Pronto.
Okay, they have troops garrisoning this port, which, of course, they do. I don't think we're going to be able to get in there without Marines.
Ordini.
Yeah, as a naval spot, you might. Well, we'll see. I'm going to put a bunch of these guys in reserve because I want to try to preserve some oil here. Because we at present have 3 days left of oil. And that's not great. Japan demands French Indochina, so that's not good. Arabia just went to the Soviet Union. Ooh, thermojet research. Reduce ahead of time penalty by 2 years and give a 100% research bonus. Valid the next 1 researchers in these technology, jet technology and rocket technology. Okay, hold on. Which means I want to do... I want to research, rockets first. Yeah, it's either way not very good. All we could get is like a shitty rocket site, but that's not necessarily... yes, Matthew, basically. Or essentially. But if we do rocket research, then all we get is a shitty rocket site. And that's not all that good. Instead, we would want jet engines, which would require 2 of these ahead of time penalty thingies in order to, you know, skip and get both bonuses, or get both of them ahead of time, which we won't be able to do. So the only thing we could get ahead of time is guided missile if we're, you know... That's not even true, because it's 1 year difference, so yeah, only experimental rockets would really be the thing. I am Burke. And it's kind of interesting at the moment. let's lower our consumer goods then. Sorry for coughing into the mic and stuff every now and then. I hope my noise gate is stopping it, because I have expended my voice quite a bit today, recording. I'm going to assign a naval, or not naval, a rail cannon, a rail gun, as it were. What's the actual word? Railway gun, that's it. A railgun, I'm going to call that, to the Second Army whenever they land. And I'm assured of, you know, the landing success, because I don't want to lose it. They can be transported overseas, right? A bunch, Matthew. Rocket aircraft, like, everyone had experimental aircraft in World War II. That's the nature of technological research. There's experimental everything. So, the Germans had stuff like the Me-262, the Schwalbe, the Swallow, which was a experimental jet fighter, which was fairly effective at its role. However, was not used to it, used for that role. Though I think people still overemphasize the effectiveness or the effect it would have had if it had been used for a fighter role. But yeah, it was a jet fighter that was used for ground attack instead. Mostly for fairly rational reasons. They didn't have many of them, and the aircraft was able to attack airports and get away before, you know, planes could follow them, because it was really fucking fast. So, that's one of them. And then you have like the Comet, which I think is a rocket-powered aircraft, which is, you know, the efficacy of rocket-powered aircraft, you can probably tell, not very good considering nobody uses them anymore. Okay, do we think the Greek have, like, oil left, even? I doubt their navy is active. Sending all my navies home and hopefully getting some oil back. Stockpile is empty, and we have finished medium airframes. I doubt we'll be able to utilize mechanized at all. I'm grabbing a Logi company. So where did you, in the last stream, someone recommended that I put Logi companies on divisions. What division did you recommend that for? Yeah, and you know, they could very easily blow up on the runway and stuff like that. Again, experimental. We somehow lost a plane against the Greeks. Having this much... I mean, I'm not really having trouble, because I'm not really doing much against the Greeks at all. My trouble against the Greeks is... I can't really, you know, cross the Mediterranean. Which the Mediterranean isn't a big factor in the Alps. Oh, true, I did lose a plane. Let's have a look at our our losses here. Our troops bombed 592. Enemy troops bombed 446. How have I bombed enemy troops in Italy? Oh, that's years. Never mind, months. Our bombers lost 1. Our fighters lost 4. Enemy support lost 5. So we are equal in terms of planes lost. Yeah, we have no fuel to win, is the issue. I need to make synthetic refineries. And I need silos. Hello, Soviets. I'm buying some oil from you. I didn't know that the the oil purchases that I did earlier apparently had stopped. Let's have a look and see if we get any synthetic research bonuses here. That would be under here, I think. No, I have to research synthetic first. So let's do that. We finished infiltrate the army. Thank you. Yeah, Italy generally does not have a good, well, yeah, Italy doesn't have a good track record against Germans in the Alps after, like, the year, I don't know, 200 BC. Actually, that might not be true. I think they might have had some success in the Napoleonic Wars. Turkey requests light tanks. We get 2 off-map civilian factories for 2 light, or 75 light tanks. Yes. Yeah, that seems really worth it. Like, incredibly so. Oh, atomic research. Please, scroll wheel. No divisions in basic training. Okay. We have 1.23 million manpower. We can train things. We just can't train tank divisions, I don't think. I guess we'll just add more infantry. Germans had veterans from fighting against Poland, and France, and Norway, and Denmark. So I don't know if that's necessarily the deciding factor that it might be made up to be. Army leaders. Again, I mean, it goes down to other good stuff, but not very good on its own. I'll just do the air innovation stuff. German Reich declared war on Yugoslavia. Cool. Okay. Yugoslavia has joined the Allies. So, please, scroll wheel. So, German encirclement in Yugoslavia, then? What were you doing? Is our strategy going to be to push east and then potentially encircle Germans? I don't think that's gonna work, but because there's way too much land out here with the Hungarians and stuff, Bulgaria, etc. Okay, so our tactical bomber. Tactical CAS bomber. Is gonna have what weapons? Anti-tank cannon looks better than small bomb bay. And it doesn't necessarily have to be able to do port strikes, because I don't really care about navies at the moment. It's got a... Oh, it's got a higher weight, but lower agility malice, okay. And bomb locks are bomb locks. Four engines might be a bit much. I'm thinking 2 engines. Or do we just do a lot of, you want a jack of all trades, son, don't spec too much into ground attack, it's not worth it? Really? Okay, I thought, Bobbert was saying the, like, tac bombers were like the king of, or the mediums were the king. And I was assuming that meant for ground support. I don't know how agility factors into this, but I feel like these guys aren't going to be agile enough to take out one anti-tank cannon. What, just anti-tank cannon and not even bombs? No, I don't think any monarch was a good monarch. I'm gonna hold off on designing that thing then until I get more info. This would give us a better anti-tank cannon then, just for ground attack I mean. So what's the deal with mediums then? Are you meant to like use them as, I guess, jack of all trades to do like ground attack and air superiority? But that doesn't make any sense to me. Like all I wanted to do is ground attack. Is the idea that it'll defend itself in its ground attacks? CAS is still better for that. Okay. In which case I'll rely on CAS then, because they chug less fuel. Let's make a new CAS then, based on our Lunar Rossa 1940, or that sort of airframe. What's our CAS gonna look like? It looks a bit heavy. This will probably be good. Looks kind of like a Stuka variant of our plane. That one looks really funky below it. Bataan, wasn't it? Okay, so, our CAS. Cast weapons. Anti-tank cannon, probably, surely, right? And, of course, engine. 1 engine, 3. Cast weapons. Bomb locks. Ground attack, 6. Ground attack, none. Fighter weapons. If I do cannons, that increases ground attack. No, it doesn't. 1 AT cannons, cannon and 2 bomb locks. Ground attack 12 looks good. Has lowered agility, but that's fine. Electronics, we're going to go for air-to-ground radar. I think. No, we're not. Because that is only relevant for actual bombers. Radio navigation, strat bombing, not needed. It does help night navigation, but I'm not going to be using these guys at night for CAS. That makes no fucking sense. Okay, well, in that case, they're probably just going to go for self-sealing fuel tanks then. Ooh, and maybe a light, like defense turret or something. Oh yeah, dive bricks. Yeah, yeah, because they are dive bombers basically. Correct. Do I do any like rear turrets like in the Stuka? Cannon defense turret seems fucking absurd. I don't know how it operates in terms of mechanics, but okay, cool. What do I call this thing? We have the Luna Rossa 1940, and then what was the suggestion that was it David who had a suggestion for another plane? The Eagle. We have the Red Hen. It doesn't sound very threatening. That's the MC202, I think, but grey. Or is it? No, it's smaller. What am I looking for? I mean, this kind of works. Even though it's grey. Oh, maybe I'll find, do they have the one with the stripes? There we go. That's a German plane, I think. That's a torpedo bomber. Wasn't there one, let's see. I just call it like the Aquila, just for the eagle, but in Italian. I'm gonna call it 1941 because it's almost 1941. And save. And we're gonna start pumping that one out. In fact, I'm just gonna convert the existing one because we aren't struggling that much for close air support. Aguila? I think it's Aquila. Yugoslavia is not having a good time. if the Vichy government isn't going to invade, which is a very big if, what if I just send the tanks to do, like, the attack on Corsica? Wait, no, shit, because that's going to happen at the same time as the Vichy government declaring war, because that's Vichy territory. Never mind. Does Gramsci have his better trait yet? What's his better trait? Is that something that I would have to get through the tree? Okay, this is the one. Nice. Unify the left. Let's go. Don't think... Oh, well, invade. Rather, they'll join the war, I mean. Doctrines... Okay, so where do we go here? Fighter, veteran initiative, fighter agility plus 10%, heavy fighter agility plus 10%. We don't only have heavy fighters yet. Air wing training experience gain 10%, or ground attack, veteran initiative, air support mission. So we are doing a lot of air support. Naval mission efficiency. So this doesn't seem... Yeah, this is not an exclusive one, so we don't have to pick one of these paths. Tactical bombing, strat bombing is something that we're probably never going to be doing. I'm gonna go for this one first. And then this one. Oops. I'll grab this because we are parking our special forces in the Alps all the time and it gets quite cold there. Let's grab the light tanks, then the tank get focus will give us some tank designs rather. And what else do we need to do here? And do this just cause. Could use a supply hub down here maybe. Thing is, if we manage to take Nice, which would be our immediate goal in a war with Vichy France, we would have supplies coming in through the harbor, so I don't know if the supply hub is even needed, unless there is a stalemate. So I will basically become the, one of many generals in history who are like, well, so long as everything goes according to plan, we won't need that. Yo, the Greeks are fucking our situation up here, I think. Yeah, they are. Okay, hold on. Hey, Navy, you need to get back out there. I think there's a chance that the Germans and the Japanese might be involved. Nope, not the Japanese. Something is fucking with our supplies. Doctrines available, assault or infiltration. So what do we go for? Assault or infiltration? No, Matthew, I think the only way Hitler could win was with a war with the Soviet Union, but since he didn't take... So, Hitler... The rationale between the insane decision of going to war with the Soviet Union was to reach... this stuff right here. The oil fields. And because it didn't reach the oil fields, the German army did not have the material, necessary to, or the material base necessary to fight a long war. And so, they were going to lose. That's why they didn't go for Moscow, that's why they went for Stalingrad. Which basically would sort of secure them against an advance from the Soviets from the north, while they take the oil fields and secure them and, create a sort of way of transferring that oil over towards the Reich. Didn't they first go for Moscow? I think they were, advancing towards Moscow and then diverted towards Stalingrad, yeah. But they didn't, their main thrust wasn't for Moscow. They, that's not the city that they fought over for, what, 3 years or something? 2 years? But he wanted living space. That's his ideological reason and all that. But and that was an end goal. But let's see. Hold on. This is in Veneto, Litorale, and Istria. Veneto, Litorale, and Istria. And this is Alto Adige, which is not... Okay, that's not a big concern, though. I do want a fort there. Hold on. Trentino, okay. Well, I will go for the Orientale first, and then the other one. Yes, probably would have been Fran. But, I mean, so is waging a massive war over, you know, this sort of front line here. So... just one logistical nightmare on top of another one. So what are we doing? Assault or infiltration? I am thinking infiltration. But I might be very wrong because I am not a meta lord. The land night attack seems really good. If things would have gone differently, do you think the USA would have joined the Axis? No shot, I don't think. The only circumstance in which that would have happened is like a complete fascist overthrow of the US government. Even if like they had a rabid right-wing or rabidly right-wing government, they would have probably stayed out of the war. I think I'm going infiltration. That's the free airframes, which we don't necessarily need. Rome Flying School, which is good. Very good. I'm feeling the Germans sort of breathing down my neck, though. I don't think that's... like, I don't know how accurate that is, but I'm feeling it at least. So I'm gonna go for some other stuff. I'm gonna go down the follow the Soviet Union path, I think, and get the military cooperation. Oh, bypass, rather. Because we already joined the faction, and get the military cooperation in 35 days. That being said, I'm going to end the stream very soon. Let's have a look at our logistical situation. Medium airframe is the big kicker. We have a lot of light tanks at the moment. But I increase big gun production and medium airframe production. But I am also going to reduce the amount of medium airframe squadrons we have, because we have way too fucking many. I watched a Soviet cooperative right opposition stream. Didn't I kind of do that though? On YouTube? Like, or rather through videos? Is that the Bukharian one, or am I completely off base? What normal people, what ideology hurts people more? The ideology, I mean, that's like a very deep or like complicated thing to unpack. but it's obvious that the average person suffers more under fascism than communism, I think. I think you put left opposition though. Oh, okay. Yeah, like the average person obviously suffers more under fascism. Because it's a government of, like, elites. And at the cost of the working class, basically. Because, you know... There's, like, basically nothing in fascism that redeems it. Unless you're, like, a small business owner, where maybe, you know... If your neighbor is Jewish and owns a store, you could get his store, and that's your rationale for voting for Hitler. Which is a thing that happened a lot. I think I'm gonna go for electronics research speed because that encompasses the atomics research as well, which then gives us a further research speed bonus. We are making way too many fucking planes and they use way too much rubber. But we don't have much else to use our civilian factories on at the moment because we don't have a lot of territory to build in. So may as well.
Sì, signore.
That being said, oh, new operative. Maurizio Giglio. He is an infiltrator, he's tough, and he is a double agent. Oh, shit, wait, who did we turn him from? Wait, he's Italian. Oh, shit. Then he's a double agent. I'm recruiting him, because I think that's funny. Former fascist operative? Probably. Or possibly, rather. Okay, so what do we infiltrate here in the German Reich? We will... I'm not gonna steal military blueprints. Oh my god, I can't speak anymore. That's a surefire sign that I should end the stream soon. I will infiltrate the civilian administration just to get all of the missions available to us. Commando, tough, safecracker, escape artist. Let's do... infiltrator and if this guy can fit in Germany in his like what did he I'm assuming he like picked up this this apparel in like Ethiopia or something, then yes, let's do that. Thank you, Matthew. Yes, all profits are, you know... All profits are, oh, what's the fucking saying? Like, extraction of surplus value and whatnot. Something, I can't think. It's been 4 hours. My brain is mush. Okay, I think with my brain failing me, this marks a good time for me to apparently open the console, for me to end the stream. So let's pop on this screen. So in some ways Hitler supported capitalism. Yes. So there was a Soviet, or like a, well, mostly Soviet and encouraged left-wing view in the Cold War that Hitler and the fascists bloc represented the extreme of capitalism, which is wrong. That's not necessarily how it went down. Instead, the fascists weren't anti-capitalist, so they are capitalist. They're just not, you know, necessarily pro-capitalist, they're just not anti-capitalist, because they're existing in and reinforcing the status quo, in a sense, economically speaking, but they are of course doing other radical things to the society that they were operating in. But yes, in some ways, Hitler supported, or propped up capitalism. I wouldn't say he's like a... Hitler wasn't like a guy who was ideologically convicted or ideologically, like, motivated by ideas or ideological capitalism. He was a guy who saw opportunities and thought, well, these capitalists have a lot of power and a lot of money, and I need a lot of capital to run political campaigns, so I'll ally with them. And that's what happened. Hitler was a partner to the German capitalists. When will the next stream be? I do not know. Probably. Let's have a look. And let's try to stop panning all over the place. See, I don't really know. I don't know if I'm doing anything this weekend, because I have a tendency of not, like, reading my fucking Facebook messages when I should be, and figuring out that, oh shit, I am going to a party, like, 2 hours from now. So, I don't know. Maybe this weekend, maybe not. I'll keep you updated, and by keep you updated, I mean I will notify you about 2 hours before the stream in Discord, probably. Speaking of which, you can join the Discord by clicking the link that Bob had posted. Beyond that, I want to say thank you everyone for watching, thank you to all the chatters for keeping me company, and we will be probably voting to see what we're playing next time in the Discord. It's probably going to be Hearts 4 again. It tends to win whenever I put it on the poll, which is why I don't do it all the time. And what else do I need to say? So no, thank you for watching. You can find all the links to my various stuff in the description as well, I think, because I think I fixed that on this stream. Good night, everyone.